with liberty and justice for all. Okay. We're going to get started with public participation. I see we have a host of people in the panelist group, and we have 7 attendees. I'm going to start with the attendees. You can put your hand up as an attendee on the in the Zoom functionality. I'll call on you one by one. After that, we'll move to the panelists. After that, we'll move to the panelists. Okay, not seeing any attendees with their hand up. I'm going to move to the panelists. Again, I'm going to ask you, if you're not being called on to speak, please do put on mute because I'm hearing the reverb again. So, Ms. Nelson, you are up first. I'm going to ask you to unmute. Everybody else, kindly mute your audio.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Did you want me to introduce myself? I couldn't hear.
Sure, I apologize. So this is public comment. Everybody gets 5 minutes. You can say absolutely anything that you want to. You can start by introducing yourself, which I think is polite, but not really necessary.
Okay,
and then
the
floor is yours.
That was a mistake. Then I did not mean to do the public comments. I was responding to something else. So I apologize.
Never mind. Okay. I'm going to lower your hand, and then Mr. Holden, I'm going to ask you to unmute. You're up next.
Yes, good evening. I'm with Wallace Park Preserve. Just happy to be here with you tonight, and I will wait my turn. Thank you.
Okay. Peggy Hagan, your hand is up.
Oh, Commissioner Booker is going to join. He's having some issues with his link. Ian's helping him with that now.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
I think he's here. Hi, Rich.
Great. I'm not seeing any other raised hands, so last call for public comment, and then we're going to get to the consent agenda. Going once, going twice. Oh, there we go. Ms. Barnes, you're up. Beverly Barnes.
Yes, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, good. I unmuted myself, so sorry. My name is Beverly Barnes. I am the manager of the preservation section of the Delaware County Planning Department. Do lots of preservation planning with every municipality that wants my assistance. I had lived in Radnor for over 20 years, but last few years not. And I've done a lot of preservation planning type of work, and I'm here to discuss or at least mention the potential revisiting to the scattered sites historic overlay ordinance that I heard might be coming around again. I think in 2016, a bunch of historic minded people and myself brought it forward to the Board of Commission meeting at that year. John Nagel might have been involved then. We did a kind of draft, which was a compilation of many different historic overlay scattered site ordinances amongst this county as well as the county next door. And we kind of pulled together what we thought was maybe some good thoughts, brought it forward. And I think it just kind of maybe was slightly interesting to people, but not enough that people wanted to continue and think about it. So I hear it might be back potentially, and I'm very excited about that because I know how important it is to give some emphasis to the amazing historic scattered sites as well as districts we have in our county. Radnor already has 3 historic district, as you know, an ordinance that covers those districts, but scattered sites are as important, if not more so. And you probably know this already. I'm just going to throw a few things out. The municipal planning code totally encourages and advises communities to review their historic places and think about how best to protect them. It's legal as well as important to continue the kind of important sense of identity every community has. Radnor has a lot of it. I love it. It's just a good thing for aesthetically pleasing landscapes. People seem to want to visit more as well as buy more and work in a place that has a lot of many different types of resources, environmental as well as historic. And just one little quick fact that you might not know is that something listed on the National Register, which everyone has heard about probably, does not offer protection. It's a high prestigious, smart, great thing to do, does not offer protection. Local entities, yourself, townships, are the only level of government that can impose or look at considering how we can protect and still encourage good, smart development. So that's where I stand. And I am very excited to think that you guys might want to consider an ordinance of this kind. And I'm happy to offer my assistance, help, thinking, whatever would help you guys think about what would be best for you. And maybe think about a meeting, setting up a meeting at some point soon, whether virtual or in person. I'm open to both. I've been vaccinated, and I'm happy to even walk around and look at places with anybody, and maybe set up some meetings during the summer. We can think and talk, and I can offer any assistance I can. So please consider that. Did I stay at 2 minutes?
That was great. Thank you.
Yeah, you have 5, but you are doing great. Thank you very much for your time and for your comments. Seeing no additional hands, I'm going to move on to the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that one of the commissioners would like to pull?
Yes, just a quick question with I.
I'd like to pull
Okay.
G as well.
Okay,
And F, Jack.
okay. Take them in the order they came in. Item I, resolution number 2021-70, authorizing the payment for the emergency repairs to the tub grinder in the amount of $25,300. I will so move. Is there a second? See a second? Ricky, are you in a position to tell us about that?
Yes, sir, I am. Good morning, good evening, commissioners. I was talking to Matt Pallotti. Can everyone hear me?
We got you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. I was talking to Matt Pallotti, who is our highway supervisor, and he informed me that basically they had, the first quote was 31,000, and the manufacturer was still trying to find out what exactly happened, why it failed. So that's still in the process. The worst possible case scenario is what we had addressed and put in front of you commissioners, which is the 25,300. That includes the shipping and repairs that went into that. But we also were able to save more money because we basically installed that part that had malfunctioned in-house. So we were able to reduce the cost of what we would have had to pay. We would have had to have outside people come in to reinstall that.
Can I just ask one quick question?
Sure.
What is Ricky, and
Sure.
and I probably could have asked it before, the tub grinder, what's the name of, let me back up. What's the name of that big device that was at Skunk Hollow that caught fire a couple years ago? Was that the tub grinder?
Yes, yes, it was.
Okay, so that's it. Is it the same tub grinder that was replaced?
Yes.
Okay, and how long is the warranty on the new tub grinder?
That information I will have to get for you. I don't have at the
Okay.
time.
So before we pay for that, and I don't think that we should authorize it, shouldn't we see if it's, if it's under warranty? It seems that we've had 2 failures from this maybe manufacturer. Is it an issue with our our employees, or is it an issue that it's just a substandard company? So, I would like to see us not at least authorize this, at least immediately, and find out what the reason for the failure was, as well as, find out if it's under warranty.
Yes, no, I can definitely find out the warranty question in regards to the fire that happened with the tub grinder. We've changed the method of how we do that now. Usually it was one gentleman operator who would kind of handle that process. And we then had to make sure we gave him extra men as far as helping, because after we're done grinding whichever down there, what has been collected in the township, you then have to move the machine out of the way, clean out all the debris from underneath the machine. There's been, I guess, fires at Skunk Hollow a couple times because during the summer months, those piles really get hot on the inside. So some of that had collected underneath the machine and then basically heated up and caused a fire to happen.
Okay.
So we've since rectified that issue.
All right. I just want to find out if it's under warranty first before we agree to authorize this.
Not a problem. I'll have that answer for you tomorrow.
Okay, great.
Can I just ask one question? I'm guessing that this repair is then related to item J, which is the dumping at Upper Marion. It would appear that we have to do that because our tub grinder is down. Am I correct in having read that?
Yes, as of June 1st, it is back up and open and running.
So our tub grinder is back up and open and running?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, so it's working.
Yes, that was for the month of April, and it went till May 26th. And they actually gave us basically a free week, I guess you could say, that saved us $1,600.
Okay. All right, so we aren't incurring any additional costs while we wait to pay for this
No,
25?
no,
Okay.
we actually, everything that was down Skunk Hollow, we actually grinded up as of last week. So the machine is back up and running and there's no need to take anything else anywhere else.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I jump in real quick? Just so when the tub grinder first broke down, discussions with Matt Pilati immediately went the way of warranty and or insurance. In both cases, neither were a viable outcome for correcting the machine or the part that broke. So I authorized moving forward with fixing it in so much as we're continuing to collect the weekly yard waste and incurring additional costs by sending it up to Upper Marion. So this is under the emergency section of the charter. This is just approving the expenditure after the fact. We had to get the tub grinder up and going. We did research those issues, Commissioner Farhi. What information we'll get for the board is the type of wear and tear that the tub grinder goes through in terms of what it's grinding up has a lot to do with what's being put out by the individual homeowners. Sometimes it's the tub grinder's failing, not so much as a faulty part, just faulty yard waste items, and it catches up with the tub grinder and breaks it down. So that's what happened in this case. Ricky's working on a number of different aspects of the Public Works Department. I didn't want the board to think that those weren't two issues that we immediately addressed before moving forward with trying to get that piece of equipment up and running again. And we did move forward with it because we were incurring those costs to Upper Marion.
So we don't really have the option to say no to this then.
Bill, so just a quick question. So the reason why it failed was user use. Our residents are putting the wrong material in. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's not too dissimilar from any machine with lots of moving parts. Not all of those moving parts are going to be covered under warranty. And in this case, the part that failed was
what?
Was result of moving parts, just a part failure.
A gear or okay.
Yeah, I don't.
Right.
I don't have the
Just-
technical
okay.
expertise to explain.
All right,
exactly.
if I could get an email that shot to me, that's
Sure.
fine. I appreciate it.
So,
It is
So
worth
Bill-
re-emphasizing that Matt Pilati and his mechanic team, they were able to take a different part of the machine and fix it in-house versus shipping it away, which did save us some money, and a compliment to those guys.
all right, so.
Is there any
Bill,
additional,
Yeah, so Bill, the question is, right now, are we committed to pay the 23,000 or are you still waiting on additional information?
No, the tub grinder has been repaired and is up and functioning again. Under the emergency provisions of the charter, when these expenses are made, we bring them to the board at the first meeting after for approval, and that's what's happening here.
All right, so Bill, the question is the township committed to this payment right now, or is there still more information on warranty to be obtained?
No, we're committed to the payment.
And so you have verified that this was not a warranty item then, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, those are the first questions we ask whenever we have anything break down.
Okay, and so, and it's not a warranty item because it's a wear item, that's what they're claiming?
Yeah, that is my understanding. Yeah. Yeah, and nobody knows or has a better understanding of the township's moving fleet and moving parts better than Matt Pilati. He knows every single piece of equipment inside and out, and he and our mechanics are responsible for repairing and putting them back together. So when Matt comes and says that these repairs are needed, in every case he's done his homework and he has shopped out the best options to get the piece of equipment fixed and get us back up and running again.
Bill, how old is this machine? How long ago did we buy it?
So I want to say within the last 2 years, this particular piece of equipment's been with the last 2 years because as Commissioner Farhi had noted earlier, the prior one burned up and we did get through insurance a complete replacement of that unit, which is a $500,000 piece of equipment.
So that was my next question. That costs about $500,000 and this repair is 25,000.
Yeah.
So it's 5% of the cost. What's the normal lifespan for one of these things? I mean, is this a normal thing that when you buy one of them, they're $500,000 that within 2 years, you're going to have to be paying $25,000 or $30,000 to fix them? Is that normal?
No, honestly, you would want more time before major parts start breaking down. But what we learn is that, in the middle of the yard waste, we've had people throw pieces of metal. We've had pieces of rebar, other items like that get mixed in with the yard waste, and those will immediately, if they don't immediately, they'll definitely take a bite out of the teeth and the gears and the motor, and then it's just a matter of time until it breaks down totally.
How do they get in there? Like, how does a piece of rebar get in there?
It gets mixed in with the yard waste.
No. Is it hand fed? Is it gravity fed? I'm trying to figure out how this happens.
It's machine fed. We have a loader, and it goes in one end and it grinds up and the machine spits it out the other. Okay. If it's all branches and leaves, it comes out the other end mulch. Mm-hmm. But if it's not, if it's metal parts and things like that, I'm oversimplifying it. I mean, there are mechanisms within the unit that try to sift out some of this stuff, but it doesn't catch it all.
Okay.
Could I comment, Mr. White?
Please, Ricky, yes.
If you have a chance to go see the machine, it would probably be a good chance to look at it. But what basically happens is, hence the name tub grinder. It's basically a big bowl, and they pick all the brush up with a claw and the loaders, and they basically feed it in. So you can imagine if you just grab a bunch of whatever with your hand, you're not going to see everything that's inside your hand. Whatever just that claw grabs and puts inside kind of gets dumped inside. So those metal rods, whatever it is that you grab, it's hard to sift through. those huge piles of what trash trucks pick up just gets dumped there. So if we were able to push everything apart, rip all the bags open, we'd be there for weeks trying to sift through what people have put in there. And unfortunately, they don't follow the rules of what's supposed to be put inside those bags. I had to go out and pick up some yesterday that the trash, not yesterday, I'm sorry, Friday in the rain. The trash man left it. And, we tell the people not to put soil in bags. And I went out myself and the bags had nothing but full of soil and, Pachysandra, which is some type of ivy. And they were too heavy to lift, but unfortunately, people don't always follow the rules of what's supposed to be inside those bags. So with that machine, it doesn't just chip wood like it's supposed to. There's a lot that goes in there. Unfortunately, that yard waste program is definitely a good thing, but it also takes a beating on that machine.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So Bill, we've already committed to pay. Who are we paying? Is it the manufacturer or a repair service?
I think in this case, Ricky, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was the manufacturer who repaired it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And we're still looking to see what exactly failed. Like that test still has to come back that Matt has to follow up on, why that failed.
But what we'll do is we'll table this tonight and we'll get all of those details and it'll be on the next agenda.
Am I hearing a motion to table?
Yes,
So moved.
I'll second
So
that.
moved.
Okay. I'll second. All in favor of tabling, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. I'm seeing 5-2. Motion to table passes. We're going to move on now to item 2G. I have resolution 2021-68 authorizing Gannett Fleming Incorporated to perform an inspection and load rating analysis of the Hunt Road Bridge in the amount of $15,000. I will so move. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, Commissioner comment.
My question was, what precipitated this?
Hi, Commissioner Booker. It's in the memo I noted the Bryn Mawr Fire Company, which serves that portion of the township. They're the primary responder. Asked for a load rating to determine if it's large equipment could pass over that bridge. If you look at the memo, you'll see a picture of the bridge. It is a wooden bridge. It's a wooden bridge with steel girders underneath and wooden columns holding it up. And it is not, there is no load rating for it. So what will occur is, if so approved by the board, Gannett Fleming will perform the standard PennDOT analysis of the bridge, which is what we get from PennDOT on other bridges, which will provide a load rating so that the bridge could be signed appropriately to the weight limit. And we will also get a list of deficiencies if there are any for this bridge. But Bryn Mawr Fire Company, and rightfully so, I think, is requested this information, which I think
How
is.
did it come up with Bryn Mawr Fire Company?
Pardon me?
How did it come up?
My guess, sir, is they responded to a fire or an emergency, and they're looking at this bridge and their large equipment. I don't know the details, but I think one can surmise that.
So when I was out with the Broomall Fire Company on the Santa delivery, the firefighters we were in one of the big trucks. They asked if we could also provide a load rating for that bridge because they respond to that area as well.
Right, but they've been responding for years to that area, right? That bridge is not a new bridge, right? So my question is, how did it come up? What precipitated the inquiry at this point in time?
Commissioner, I don't have those details. This came to me through the police, but I think if you take a look at the picture of the bridge, it's long overdue that we should perform this analysis. I would recommend strongly to the board and the township manager that we move forward with this, not just for the fire company, but for general motorist safety.
Commissioner Booker, Chris Flanagan, we're having an emergency management meeting roughly every 2 to 3 months where everybody gets together. It was discussed in that formal meeting and all the things that Steve Norsini and Commissioner Borowski advised, there's a lot of concern. It also affects our plow trucks and trash trucks, depending on the findings of that. So we wanted to nail it down before we had a real problem.
So I grew up on Hunt Road there. I mean, that was basically a wooden bridge. I know it was replaced at one point many years ago, I think when I was in college. So, I mean, it is an old wooden bridge.
And then lastly, just from a, a protection, liability protection for the township, not having that load rating. And if something were to happen there, would open the township up potentially to liability. So we want to make sure that we're covered and make the improvements to the bridge that are needed so that the motoring public and our safety forces can get across it safely.
Well, I mean, so you're raising a lot of issues, right? So here's a bridge that we've been using for years and hasn't been an issue. And somehow somebody says, well, you know what? We better check this. Oh my gosh, there's no load rating. Let's get a load rating analysis. Well, is it because somebody thinks it's not safe, right? If it's not safe, then should you shut it down? And if it is safe, why is this coming up now? And if it's for some reason it doesn't have the rating that you want, then obviously it will necessitate immediate changes and upgrades. So, I mean, what's the status of the bridge?
That's the whole purpose of this proposal, Commissioner, to give us the status of the bridge.
Yeah, so someone did ask, is it safe? And we weren't able to answer the question. So we have this in front of the board tonight so that we can answer that question with confidence. And it is working, it's up. There hasn't been any incidents. So that is not what's precipitating this, but it is a piece of infrastructure, and infrastructure deteriorates over time. And we need to know exactly what the load rating is for this bridge.
What's the Hunt Road? Is that a Radnor Road or is it a PennDOT Road?
That is a Radnor Street, sir. It is our bridge.
Well, so the question I have for you is why don't you shut it down right now?
I don't know if there's any reason to, Commissioner. The analysis will tell us the condition. If there are any reasons to do so, or if not, we don't know. So when you go to the doctor for a checkup, you just don't automatically think something's wrong. You're going for a checkup. So this is kind of like a checkup. We're going to see where this bridge stands.
$15,000 checkup. So is there any indication that there is not the required rating for this bridge?
Commissioner,
guys, we've been going for a while on this, and it's already 35 minutes into the meeting. We have an extraordinarily long meeting. All of these questions have been answered by staff already. I'm going to ask guys, let's wrap it up. If there's any additional commissioner comments, by all means, but we got to be more expeditious than this. Otherwise, we're going to terminate the meeting before we get to the end of all of our business today.
Well, you know, you scheduled the meeting, so if there's a lot, that's your doing. But if there's a bridge, I really would like to know how there's an issue with the bridge, and if there's not, we shouldn't be worried about it. If there is an issue, then we ought to probably do something more than this.
Rich, you've been told a couple of times now. The issue is we don't know whether there's a problem with the bridge, and we're going to find out whether there's.
How long is it going to take to do the analysis?
It'd be a few weeks, Commissioner. There's a field study, and then and that generates a report from the office.
Is there anything else on this?
Not for me.
Hearing nothing, I'm going to call the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion passes 6-1. Moving on to item 2F.
Yep.
Resolution number 2021-67, authorizing the preparation and execution of a grant application to the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection under the Growing Greener Plus program for the West Wayne Preserve Stormwater Management and Wetlands Enhancement Project to Meliora Design, the amount of $1,759.50. I will so move. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Farhi, this is you.
No, Jack, I pulled this one.
Oh, sorry, I said Farhi, I meant Abel.
Steve, can you, what's the intent of this grant?
So Commissioner, as you know, the project is roughly estimated at $2.4 million. It's a two-faceted project. One is the use of the West Wayne Preserve, that's the wetlands enhancement portion. And in the Friends of the Radnor Trail Park or Fort is subsurface stormwater management as well as porous paving in the parking lot. So it is a stormwater management intervention for the Little Darby Creek watershed. And as you know, the manager has put together a funding plan for these stormwater projects. If we were to get this $844,000 that we're requesting, that much money would be freed up to possibly fund another project.
Okay, I don't have the text in front of me, but the agenda, the packet, I think had a couple of different numbers. One was, I think it said 500,000 in a couple of spots, and then 844 in another spot.
Yeah, it's 844,000. That's what's in the recommended action. So with that, the township would be, if we got the 844,000, we'd be looking to fund roughly 1.6 million as opposed to 2.4.
Okay, and if we submit the grant, what's the timeline for hearing back from the state?
So that timeline, I don't know. I can tell you that there was a required meeting to note intent, and we had Meliora attend that meeting, and we feel that the project was received favorably. So the grant agencies, we don't have their timeline. The assumption is it'll be this calendar year, which would help us as far as budgeting for 2022. But usually it's several months on any of the grants that we apply for.
And do we have any update from DEP on the soil sample?
No, so they have said that the soil that was contaminated is considered regulated fill. So that means it can be shipped to a site that accepts regulated fill, and that's included in this cost, which makes the project less expensive and means that we're able to ship that to less stringent areas for the removal of that. In other words, it doesn't have to go into barrels and be sent to some specific place out in the Midwest. It can be taken as regulated fill to anywhere local that is licensed by DEP for regulated fill.
Okay, and so it sounds like DEP's weighed in. Do we now have to wait for the grant to be notified of the grant before we bring this project before the board?
They weighed in on the regulated fill. They're actually now reviewing the permit, the actual permit.
So just real quickly, we went with Meliora on this because, or we're recommending Meliora on this because they have knowledge of the project timeline itself. And in our discussions with them, we wanted to make sure that this grant did not delay the project unnecessarily. So they're fully aware of the project timelines and have relayed back to us that this grant will be helpful on the funding side and will not slow the project more down or down even more on the execution side. And then just to tie it back to the funding plan that Steve talked about a moment ago, this is on the plan that was submitted to the board and that we move forward with in terms of getting the funding in place and ready to go. So this is one of the projects that's approved to move forward. And if we are successful in this, that $844,000 will be available for all of the other stormwater projects that are on the list.
All right, thanks. No further questions.
Is there any additional commissioner comment? Hearing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. I will move for consent agenda items 2A through E, H, and J through L. Basically everything other than 2I, G, and F, in case I got that wrong. Is there a second? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to committee reports. Item 3A, resolution number 2021-75, support of LGBTQ+ Pride Month. Moira, this is your resolution. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yes, hi, good evening. This is a resolution recommending that we show our support for Pride Month. It is celebrated all across the world. And I think as an effort to indicate the inclusion and belonging that we seek in our community, I would ask for your support to recognize June as Pride Month.
I'm just going to jump in and say, since you are explicitly saying that you want to recognize, and given the issue of bi-erasure, I think that B is missing from our agenda, which is my responsibility. I make the agenda, but I think it's meant to be LGBTQ+ Pride Month. Is that correct?
Yes, that's as it's written in the resolution. So the agenda is maybe LGBTQ+.
Excellent.
There are
That's
other.
why I
there
was
are
stumbling
other-
over that.
There are other letters as well, but the plus covers the others.
Excellent. Okay, I will second the motion. Is there any commissioner comment? Is there any public comment? Is there any staff comment?
Jack, I just, sorry, I had to get off mute there.
Sure.
So here's my concern with doing these non-binding resolutions, and I have no problems supporting this. But when you select just a couple issues, you leave off a lot, and it looks like it's selected for, it leaves the question, why are we selecting these issues to have non-binding resolutions? Today's Flag Day, we're not having a resolution about the history of the flag.
We did say the Pledge of Allegiance.
We did. June 6th, we had we had a historic day. We're not recognizing that. We didn't do a resolution for Memorial Day. So I just want to understand what the criteria is.
I think the criteria is that a commissioner asks for it to be on the agenda. So I've asked for two tonight. One is the recognition of Pride Month, which is something that is important to me and my family and my community. And the next one that we'll be talking about is recognizing the celebration of Juneteenth, which is nationally celebrated as the last day of slavery in the United States. Again, another issue that's very close to my heart, diversity, equity, inclusion work. So I felt personally moved to bring these forward. If Flag Day were important to you, I would love to hear your resolution as well. I think that's the criteria as I see it.
Okay, I mean, fair enough. I mean, Flag Day is important.
Sure.
My personal preference all along has been not to have non-binding resolutions, just because we have long agendas and they don't really move the needle in the township. So maybe the consent agenda would be a good place to have those, where we can just vote on them and show the support that way.
Commissioner Mulroney, thank you very much for bringing these forward. They're two important issues. I know at work, in my work, we celebrate both as well. And I think that it is good to raise awareness in the township. So I appreciate you bringing it forward. And again, any commissioner can bring forward anything they'd like onto the agenda. So I appreciate this, and I will be supporting both. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. Just as Commissioner Mulroney said, if it's important to you, put it on. really, that's it. These are pretty, relevant issues these days. And not to say that Flag Day isn't important, or honoring our vets for D-Day, but feel free to put them on. Maybe they should be on. I don't, I don't disagree with you at that end, but these are put on, so let's go for them.
Is there any additional commissioner comment? Hearing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor of the resolution, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion passes 6-0 with Commissioner Booker off the dais. Moving on to Resolution 2021-76, support of Juneteenth National Freedom Day. Commissioner Mulroney, back to you.
Thank you. Again, I mentioned that I was also bringing this one forward. Juneteenth, I think, has been celebrated since the day in 1865 when Texas finally learned that the emancipation of slavery had occurred a couple years earlier. Traditionally, a celebration in the African American community, very joyous day. And I just wanted to, again, recognize it as a celebration and a recognition of our, the reflection to our community that we are inclusive and everybody in Radnor should be celebrated. All cultures included.
Is there any commissioner comment? Is there any staff comment? Is there any public comment? And I omitted public comment for the last item, so if you have a comment on that as well, I apologize, but we'll take it now if there is any. Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion passes 6-0 with Commissioner Booker off the dais. Moving on to item 3C, Willows Park Preserve, presentation of biannual report and request to extend township responsibility for annual utility and maintenance costs. We have a couple of different people who are presenting tonight. Frankly, all of the issues that they're going to talk about are important, and I want to give them the time that they deserve. I am just going to ask, do be a little bit mindful. We have a very long agenda, and recognize that we are familiar with a lot of the issues that you're going to be talking about tonight. So you don't take the time that you need, but also understand that we're at least conversant with sort of the basics of what you're talking about.
Well, good evening, commissioners. I'm Will Nord, the executive director at the Willows Park Preserve. I'm going to turn it over to Howard Holden in a second. I just wanted to introduce myself since I just started as the ED in December. I've had the pleasure of meeting a few commissioners. I look forward to meeting the rest of you. Having grown up in Radnor Township, graduate of Radnor High School in 1995, I'm honored to be the executive director of this beautiful park and the restoration of the mansion. I would also like to give a big thank you to the township staff who have been extremely supportive of not just me personally, but the whole project and the whole nonprofit organization. They've been outstanding in their communication and their guidance, especially since I joined the Willows Park Preserve in December. So again, I look forward to meeting the rest of the commissioners at sometime soon. And now I'm going to hand it over to our board president, Howard Holden, for the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. And thank you to the commissioners for offering us this time this evening. As I begin, I just want to introduce myself real quick, because probably many of those on the commission don't know who I am. I'm a resident of Radnor Township for almost 50 years. Came to Radnor in 1972 and assisted Adolph Rosengarten in transitioning his estate to the wonderful garden it is today, Chanticleer. From there, I went on and worked at various facilities at Bryn Mawr College, Albright College, and most recently, I spent 15 years at Cabrini University in helping them with the development of that campus as the director of facilities and also project manager. Tish Long, who was the former president, had served her two-year terms, and she felt that it was time for her to simply move on, and the board chose me to be the president. And so for the past 5-6 months, both Will and I have been leading the cause forward. And so I am going to try and start my brief slideshow. Okay. Again, when I came to Chanticleer, the Willows was the hot topic. And as we can see here, Commissioner then Bernie White was the one who spent multiple hours and days and months convincing Radnor Township that the Willows and the mansion should be preserved. So in 2019, Willows Park Preserve became a 501c3 corporation in Pennsylvania, signed a 25-year lease with Radnor Township for 1 year, $1 per year. And the mission is to restore the mansion, maintain it, and operate it for community-based programming, alleviating the township's burden of restoring or preserving it, and to provide educational programming, fundraising events for generations of Radnor's residents to come. I got a sense from talking to several in the township that we needed to bring you folks up to speed as to what has been projected and what we're going forward with at this point. Due to the pandemic, Will and I and the rest of the board have had to refocus on what the project should be going forward. If you remember correctly, the rendition you're seeing on your left was what an artist's rendition of what the architect had proposed. Since the pandemic, funding has pretty much dried up. It seemed as though folks just sat on their wallet. We did have a generous donor who donated $1 million to put the roof on, which was the appropriate place to start for sure. In the past, past 6 months, we have repurposed our scope at this point, and our focus is on restoring the first floor of the mansion, making it safe and attractive for public usage as the original purpose suggested. This time last year, the old roof had been ripped off and a new roof had begun to be installed. The scaffolding surrounded the mansion, and then a construction fence surrounded the whole project. And today, this is what Radnor Township's building looks like from above. This is what we call a 100-year Ludovici tile roof system. It is top of the line roof system. I installed one similarly to Cabrini University's mansion about 10 years ago. This is going to outlive all of us. So it was a wise investment on that original donor. We also found a bad flat roof system and replaced that with an EDPM flat roof system, restored all the dormers and chimneys, new copper flashings, gutters, and downspouts. So we got a first-class roof system on the house. Again, since the pandemic, with our funding kind of drying up, we still have gone forward and done some significant improvements. Again, keeping in mind that we want to open the house for Radnor residents. This is an example. Just recently, we painted the entrance. The front doors weren't working. We fixed them, refinished them. If you look in the windows, there was no it was just, everything was all bare windows, and Chanticleer Foundation donated the draperies for us, and then also donated a carpet. They had renovated their dining room in their Chanticleer mansion. There have been many other kind contributions that have come into us in the past 4 months. We had a wonderful group of volunteers come in and improve just the overall appearance of the interior, and many people have visited it since and are amazed at what we have done in 4 months' time. We had a painter come in over the holiday season and painted the entire first floor for minimal amount to cover simply his labor. So the whole first floor looks refreshed. Found some existing furnishings in the garage and fixed them up, cleaned them up. This is the library. Again, just making it look inviting. The solarium, which is a very popular request for folks interested in using the mansion. Refinished the first, the floor. It's a stone tile system. The cleaning company did it for absolutely nothing, spent 4 days stripping it down and refinishing. About a month ago, let me back up. About 3 months ago, we restored the entire terrace system, both behind the solarium and, well, in front of the mansion, overlooking the pond. Many of the slates were cracked and broken, missing grouting and tripping hazards all over the place. That's all been totally fixed. And about a month ago, we installed a tent outside the solarium. So between the tent and the solarium, it is a nice, attractive public gathering space. This is a picture of a small fundraiser that we held not long ago, just thanking our significant donors for their contribution in helping keep this ship afloat. A couple of weeks ago, we started our concert series. We've had 2 concert series so far this year, and we have several more in the wings. Very popular, very well attended. They're ticketed events, so we are raising money off of these. And just this weekend, I met with a gentleman who is attached to the Willows, and he is stepped forward, said that he will help fund what we call the fountain wall. This wall has not been maintained in at least a decade or more, and it is failing rapidly. If it's left in the condition that it is, it will begin to crumble. It's already starting to. And then he will also fund the repair and replacement of these slate tiles on this stage-like system. And we're coming before you tonight to ask the commissioners to approve extending a $15,000 utility and maintenance fee that was granted to the Park Preserve in 2019 for its first 2 years. Due to the pandemic, we don't have the appropriate funding to repair some of these infrastructural issues. Earlier this year, we did have to call in a HVAC company. The heating system, there's 5 units to that heat system in the mansion. Only one of them worked. And with winter approaching, we decided we didn't want frozen pipes and more leaks. So we contracted a licensed, Radnor licensed contractor, came in and repaired all the heating systems. And likewise, now we're faced with air conditioning, same thing, 5 AC units, only one of them works. And this week we're reaching out to that same contractor and asking him to come in and restore these AC units. So the public does not, and in my whole experience in the facilities, public does not donate to heating and air conditioning and plumbing systems. That's not an attractive thing they want to hang their name on. So we would really appreciate the commissioners approving a 1-year extension of the utility and maintenance fee. Looking forward, we're also concerned about when we are opening this to the public, that it is fully accessible on the first floor to all the public. Again, a gratis from a local architect came out, measured things, and suggested a ramp up to the front door, a ramp into the solarium, and then for sure the restoration and renovation of the restrooms. The current restroom right to the left is totally out of compliance. Radnor initially made it somewhat compliant, but we're going to switch the restrooms and make the one on the left the handicap one. Just recently, we received a certificate of appreciation from the Heritage Commission of Delaware County. This is about the third one of these recognitions that I have worked on in my career. And we're very proud that we are helping preserve the historic nature of the Willows Mansion. I'll just give you a quick introduction to the board. You've just met Executive Director Will Nord. Again, I'm president. John DeFlaminis, which many of you may know, who is the superintendent of Radnor School System, is the vice president. Krista Hickson, with her financial background with IBM, is our crackerjack treasurer. Many of you probably know Mary Coe, who also serves on the Radnor Park and Rec Board, is our secretary. Claire Stribert and Cliff Cohn are also members, and other folks are coming forward to express their interest in the preserve. So I am done with my presentation, and I'm opening up the floor to you all for your questions.
So the township has allocated a certain number of dollars to the Willows specifically for, largely the projects that you designate for us that you want us to do. It's for you, not for us. I understand that your ask is that we make this money available from that particular fund, not that we commit additional dollars. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
I have a couple questions. Thank you, Howard, for that presentation. So just a couple questions. So I'm looking at your page 2 for your finance fundraising. So it says the 2020 finance results. That's as of December 31st, 2020?
Right.
Okay. You had contributions of $301,325.
Right.
And your expenses were $283.
Right.
7. So you actually added money in your budget? There's a net gain of money?
There was a net gain, some of which helped fund some of the improvements that I just highlighted.
Okay, so, and I'm going to round it up. So, yeah, so the value in your checking account, we'll say, went up approximately 16,000. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then now, what is your 2020 or your 2021 outlook? So this is your 2021 biennial outlook, is that correct?
Yes, this is a report on the 2020, because it was obvious, we found that, there had not been any communication with you folks for quite some time. So we felt we needed to bring you up to speed as to, where we've come from. Outlook for 2021. As the pandemic subsides, we're finding a lot of interest. People knocking at the door saying, I want a wedding, I want a bar mitzvah, I want a baby shower. All sorts of things. We're With this meeting tonight, if all goes well, which I am optimistic it will, we're about to sign on with a sole caterer to meet the needs of the 25 major events that we agreed to with Radnor, which will help support the funding for the operations of the mansion. So, I mean, there's lots of other things that happened in 2020 that are not going to happen this year for sure.
Sure, yeah.
There's legal fees, construction fees, all that. So we're very optimistic going forward.
Okay, just one more question. Yeah, no, it'd be a great place to have a wedding or a bar mitzvah.
Yes,
you know,
that's
for
indeed.
you know, for the sake of everyone, I looked at having an event there with my family. And then, so can you just tell us where we are? And look, I know 2020 was a terrible year, but where are we 2021 fundraising wise? You have the results for the total year. I know that 6 months isn't, you know, the end of June isn't done, but as of the end of May, do you have an idea where you are fundraising wise, where your, you know, where your money in and your money out is going? So what is your, what have your expenses been and what have you raised?
At this point, we have about $60,000. You know, we have in general operating funding.
Is that donations or what have your donations been?
It is donations primarily, and our donations are slowly going up. And again, just like the gentleman who stepped forward to fix the wall, I mean, we're getting people saying, "Hey, I'll pay for that. I'll pay for that."
Mm-hmm.
We're also, you know, reaching out with grants, et cetera, to help support some of the other issues. We're just in the past 2 weeks, we have seen a significant, we just got another $5,000 check today.
Sure, John, yeah, Howard, I apologize. I'm not trying to cut you off. I just want to know how much you've had in fundraising so far this year. That's my question.
Again, I want to say it's been probably like 45,000.
40,000. And what have your expenses been this year?
I don't have that number on the top of my head. We do have, you know, a salary and some, some promotional issues. Yeah,
sure. And how much is in that general fund, your operating account? Are you able to tell that?
Yeah, I want to say that, you know, we've got, you know, I don't know, 50,000 out of all that. So if you're unable, so out of that 50,000, 45,000 of that was, say, raised via fundraising. So if you have about 45 or 50,000, what is the solvency going forward? I mean, what are your expenses a month? That's my question. Okay. Again, sir, I don't know that detail.
Okay.
I do know that, like I say, we do have staff, we do have promotional issues. We are making money.
Okay.
I cannot project, where this is going to land. All I sense is that there is a load of community support, and we are fluid, viable, definitely through the end of this year.
Okay, I'll just leave with this. If your total expenses last year were 283,000, let's just cut that and say that's 240,000. That's 20,000 a month. And if there's 45,000 in the account, maybe we could give you another 15. That's 60,000. It just looks like unless you're fundraising money, that's three months worth of solvency, at least on the operating, or not. I just kind of help me with those numbers right there. That's how I'm reading this. Maybe I'm off. That's my confusion going forward.
Right. I'm sorry, I am not the treasurer. The treasurer has poured through this, and she has predicted that we are solvent at least through to December, if not longer.
Okay, those are my questions and my
We're
concerns.
also holding
Thank you.
30,000 aside. If, either hold up or fold up, right? So we want,
Mhm.
if indeed we have to close the thing down, that's going to cost us something. So we, that's not operating, that's just sitting on the side just in case. But we
Okay.
certainly hope we don't have to use that money.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate you answering the questions, Howard. Thanks.
Sure thing, Sean.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Okay. I can't see if anyone else wants to go, so I apologize.
No, it's okay.
Howard, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. Just quickly, if you guys sign the agreement with the caterer, what do you anticipate happening? How quickly do you anticipate being able to come online? Because part of the agreement with the group, with the Willows Park Preserve and the township, is that you guys would be able to hold the events, and the events would help to fund and make the the mansion, the sustaining it, keeping it up, would help to contribute to that, in addition to seeking the private donation. So if you guys sign this agreement, how quickly will you start to have events? I don't know if that's a question for you or for Will, or and then how quickly do you think you'll start to realize the revenue from the events?
I believe we'll start seeing the revenue within weeks. We have several events that, again, are in the wings. We had an event today with the realtors. They came in this morning. The mainline realtor group all met for a couple hours, and there was some money came in from that. From the caterer, we're starting out with just what we're calling a $4,000 usage fee per major event. And major event is anything over 75 people. On top of that, we get a 10% from the caterer themselves. And so for, an event of say 100 people, that translates to $1,000 coming back from the caterer. The caterer is also willing to contribute upfront $25,000 just to gain the contract and and get his feet on the ground with the Willows. So I'm confident with the amount of people I'm seeing that we've kind of had to turn away in the past during the pandemic. I am confident that this particular season, now through October, that we'll have at least 10, if not more, events at the Willows. That's major events, $5,000 an event.
And then not exceeding I forget what the numbers is, at 150 or 125, you can't exceed a certain number of people, correct?
Yeah, we cannot exceed 150.
Okay. And so you guys are kind of offering this, I'm guessing some of this, what you're getting back is maybe a little bit of a break to the caterers, to kind of establish the site or reestablish the site as an event space, and kind of get some word of mouth going, in addition to other, to other promotional activities, which I'm sure you'll start to ramp up as you have more income. This is just kind of the start, would you say, for where you guys intend to go?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we feel the momentum since the pandemic stopped. Will can speak to it. He's getting calls every day. Can I do this? Can I do that? There are so many memories with this place, and people want it back again. And we are confident once the word gets on the street that this project is going to fly.
Thank you, Howard. I appreciate, those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Howard, just a couple. I had heard that the solarium was in bad shape some years ago, and couldn't be saved, but you seem to have cleaned it up. So what did you do to that? And was it in better shape than what I had heard?
Yeah, it's not, I mean, a lot of people don't like it, quote unquote, because it's 1950s style, right? It's sound. It's not in bad shape. You know, we did clean it up. We cleaned the gutters. We cleaned the rubber roof system on it. I mean, it's going to last at least another decade, if not more, if it's cared for. It's not about to collapse or be a liability by any means.
Also, Howard, I'm a supporter of the Willows and your 501c3. I'm convinced that it saves the taxpayers money rather than have the township operate this. So I'm supportive, but I am concerned about the turnover on the board. It seems there's been a lot of turnover in the last few years that I've been watching this as a commissioner. What do you attribute the turnover in the board members to? And do you see that continuing? And if so, is that a concern?
This particular board is extremely vibrant. They're very collaborative. It's a stronger board than the one I joined initially. There was some division in that board, and there is no division on this one. We're all in it for the same reasons. I think part of it too, the expenses that came down from construction without someone on board with construction management experience or, you know, nonprofit administrative experience. I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, but I think we're slimming the budget, watching the budget much more closely than the past administration. And with all due respect to Tish Long and her board, they gave it their all. And, you know, the major donor, once the pandemic hit, he said, sorry, I'm out of here. And Tish said that she was burnt out and they elected me. So that's how we're going forward. I can't, you know, I can't project how long this board is going to stick with it, but I can say the momentum I feel right now, especially with the township's backing, I do believe it will go on for at least 2 or 3 more years, if not more.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
That's my question.
I
Is
don't
there
have
any
a,
staff comment?
Jack, just before, I don't have
Sorry.
any question. I just wanted to thank you, Howard and Will, and everybody who's been working really hard on it. I have attended some of the concerts and I've gotten to walk through and see all the amazing improvements, and it's really going in the right direction. And I wish you all the best to keep this momentum going, because you've been doing great work. So thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. I mean, many people told me 40 years ago that we would not have a Radnor Township Shade Tree Commission. And I said, yes, we will. So I'm on the same path, folks.
Okay, so we do not yet have a motion, so I will move to extend the township responsibility for the annual utility and maintenance costs at the Willows Park Preserve to be paid for out of the funds already earmarked by the township for the Willows. Is there a second? Okay, we've already had comment. Is there any staff comment? Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Mr. Holden and Mr. Nord.
Okay, well,
Moving
thank you
on
very
to-
much.
moving on to item 3D, CARFAC update on OPEB project.
Right. So my name is Jay Osterholm, and I'm the elected chairman at CARFAC. I've had a career in mergers, acquisitions, startups, venture capital, stuff like that. I'm now doing management consulting. And this is just sort of a situation report, status update of CARFAC. As you may or may not know, CARFAC was reconstituted in a more formal way a number of months before COVID hit. Our current charge is to re-examine Radnor Township's OPEB, or Other Post-Employment Benefits Program, in order to do two things. One, provide the board with a more quantifiable understanding of the scope and scale of the financial liability associated with OPEB program. And two, provide insights and feasibility options and recommendations on how to best manage and fund this liability going forward. Radnor Township is obligated contractually to provide retirement benefits to police and to some extent civilian employees. And a majority of those costs involve healthcare costs. The importance of getting a strategic financial management plan around this cannot really be understated. And for historical context, it's important for you to understand that the Government Accounting and Standards Board, otherwise known as GASB, if yet another acronym, changed its rules about 15 years ago, requiring municipalities to report a variety of obligations in terms of transparency. About 15 years ago, OPEB requirements changed about 7 years ago. And at that time, Radnor Township didn't really have an understanding of its true long-term liabilities, what they were and are today. Once municipalities, including Radnor, started realizing the magnitude of the OPEB liability, they began looking for ways to manage and fund these obligations beyond a pay-as-you-go. So we'd like to recognize Bill White, Rob Ziankowski, and both the prior and current board for their prudence, frankly, in asking us to proactively re-examine ways to optimize the long-term management of Radnor's OPEB program obligations. Here's where we are today. Towards the end of the pandemic, we actually have been started working on this project and have had several meetings via Zoom, surprise, surprise, and as well as in person. So we've been getting a fair bit done. We've met with the actuary. We've been digging into prior actuarial reports to better understand a myriad of things, including the assumptions, the methodologies, cost structures, as well as the horizon timeline from a number of different vantage points, given our individual professional skills brought to the committee. We've asked the actuary to validate the 1/1/21 report. We've also asked the actuary to rerun a number of scenarios based on a variety of revised variables and assumptions that we've come up with. And we expect to see these new financial models in the coming months, next 2 months. Based on the analysis and work we will need to do after we receive those reports, we expect to submit our formal summarized strategic recommendations in report form to the board, sometime mid to late fall. And if I were to give any preview, which is always, a tenuous thing, we can share that in looking at the GASB rules and assumptions, they seem to be extremely conservative relative to the reality of cash flows. So this is good news. It's giving us an indication that we may be looking at a liability which is artificially inflated. So you'd be happy to hear that, but stay tuned. That's my report. Are there any questions?
If I could, I just would like to acknowledge our CARFAC members tonight, Emily Nelson, Tony Mendocino, and our chairman, Jay Osterholm, for their efforts and their participation, as well as the other members who are not here tonight who have been involved in the OPEB project. It's been a wonderful effort and just a great adventure watching the group go through and, as I keep saying, peel back the onion and really dig into the details, the numbers, and the actuarial details, the analysis. It's fascinating to see how the group has kind of worked through just to really understand what does it mean to the township, not only today, but over the next 30, 40, 50 years, and how the township can best prepare for the obligation. So thank you everyone here tonight.
Jay,
Thank you for the update.
Jay, thank you very much for your presentation. So how much time more do we think that we need before we can come back with some analysis on what we need to do, if anything, budgetarily?
Sure, Rich. As I mentioned, we're looking for the actuary to come back in 2 months' time, because we gave her, we looked at the assumptions and we were saying, well, this doesn't feel right. We need another Vantage on it. That's about 2 months. We're thinking probably mid to late fall. I don't think it'd be much beyond that, because we've done a lot of onion peeling of data and so far.
It would be very good, I guess, by like in September when we're putting together budget assumptions, right? So I guess that's what we're heading for, Bill. We're aiming for something like that.
Yeah, the timing would line up with, the time that the board is going to be making significant budget decisions. So yeah, the fall would, I wouldn't go much later than that, but it does line up with, when we're going to be making the heavy decisions.
And just another point on that, the OPEB plan is, the actuarial evaluation is updated every 2 years. So our current valuation as of 1/1/2021, they have begun. Typically, that report is not available until late fall. So we have asked them to not only expedite the report for the benefit of CARFAC, but also to run that report with several alternative assumptions and variables that the CARFAC group has identified, and they feel would be relevant in coming up with a liability number that may be a little more reflective, or I would say more fine-tuned as compared to the current assumptions in place. So that they are expediting the report, and we are on target to have something for when it's time for the budget.
Jay, just want to say thank you for all that work, as well as the rest of your committee, because it's been a long time since we had a CARFAC. So this is something wonderful that this board definitely needs to look at. The only thing that I want to say, and I brought up before, maybe you can incorporate this into your report. If there is a number, if you have any actuarials there that could come up with a number of what a buyout would be. I'm not saying that where it would be a lump sum. And I'm not saying that it probably won't be feasible, but maybe it could be a win-win for an employee or a former employee, as well as a township, if there's a mutually agreed upon number, so we don't have to keep, it's one less person that we have to keep funding going forward. I don't know if you're going to be able to find that equilibrium, but just if you could, just keep it in mind when you do that report, because I think we got a lot of employees that we're going to have to fund. If you can get a couple of them off of there and they get a number that they like and we like, I think that's good, because you don't know. Someone may have their spouse may have benefits that they'd rather use themselves, etc. I know that eventually they're going to hit maybe government subsidized insurance, but again, just an idea. Just want to always kind of keep thinking outside the box. But thank you very much. This is great, and so far you've done a great job.
Great, thank you very much. And just so you know, we are looking at that as well. That did not escape our attention, so it's on the list.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Sean, I just have a question. Did you want a number for like a global buyout for everybody who is still covered by the plan, or do you mean to offer it individually to members who are eligible?
That's something, I don't want you to spin your wheels too much on that. I mean, everybody's age is different. Everybody's situation is different. Whatever you think that you can do and it makes sense. I'm sure the more you dig, as Jay said, the more you peel back that onion, the more you're going to find. So I, just look into that, and if something seems to look good, I'm sure you'll let us know. That's really the gist of what I'm saying. But you guys are, they're smarter minds than, you guys are smarter minds than me, so I'll let you figure that out. And, and defer all that stuff to you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you much. Guys, moving on to our next agenda item, we have item 3E, 235 Pembroke Avenue, Stormwater Management Groundwater Recharge Waiver Request. I'm going to point out to the board, we have 2 Stormwater Management Groundwater Recharge Waiver requests. At the last meeting, we also had 2. We spent, I want to say, an hour and a half on the 2 of them. We do not have the ability to do that tonight. The agenda is just too long. I'm targeting that we spend 15 minutes on each one of these. I'm asking that each of the commissioners help me out. Applicants, if you have presentations to make, I'm asking you to help me as well. The board has seen a lot of these. Do not leave anything out of your application that you think that we absolutely need to know, but understand that all 7 of us are more or less conversant in the basic terminology and concepts that are involved in these things. What we're looking for, at least for the most part, is to see what it is that you can do to mitigate the issues that will be created by whatever it is you intend to do with your project over and above the, or in place of the recharge that we would look for in the ordinance. And beyond that, we just don't really need the detailed engineering analysis. I promise we will ask detailed questions if we have them. So with that preface, turning to item E, 235 Pembroke Avenue.
Jack, hi, Nick Keneally, I'm here on that one. John McCurdy, the owner of the property, is also on, as well as Bob Wager. I know the board has seen this, I believe, several times. This is the first time I've been involved in it. You're probably more familiar with the facts than I am. I'll just give a brief overview. This is a separate lot. Currently existing on this lot is just a garage and a driveway to the garage. There is no home on this dwelling. As the board knows, it is unable to perk and recharge. Therefore, they're asking for the waiver. They are only increasing the current impervious by 700 square feet, which is much less than all the other waivers that you've granted in the past couple of years on this matter. They're intending to build a home, as I mentioned, at 700 square feet. Currently, the site is totally unmanaged. So as far as runoff is concerned, and I'm aware that the peak rate of runoff is a concern in this area, it will be managed now. It's going to be much less than what it was previously. The proposal is to install an underground basin that will control this. It will be let out very slowly. As I mentioned, it complies and actually exceeds the township's rate of runoff according to their ordinance. This situation is unique because currently this is not an addition. Most of what you see, or what I'm aware of, what you've seen in the past, have been additions. This is a property that does not have a home on it. Basically, if this request is denied, you're denying the ability of the owner here to construct a single family residence, which is permitted under the zoning ordinance. So I would request that, considering these facts, considering the minimal amount of pervious that's going to be added, and in fact, it's much less than what the ordinance permits, the zoning ordinance permits. The zoning ordinance permits 30% impervious coverage. The proposal here is only for 20%. This plan complies with all zoning requirements, and it's already been approved by the HARB for the South Wayne area. And we're just requesting a minor deviation, that is 700 square feet, that's not being recharged, and to manage the site that currently is not being managed. As I mentioned, I know you've heard this in the past. I would, if there's any questions, Bob Wager, myself, or the owner, be happy to answer them.
Okay for me to go, Jack? My question, Nick, is what is the difference? What has been done differently to come before us tonight from what we saw?
Yeah.
the last time you were here.
Yeah, my understanding, at least, I know at one point there was rain gardens being proposed and the board stated they did not wish to have rain gardens. Again, I am not certain from the last time if it has changed outside of the basin. I believe may have been enlarged to include a little more, and maybe Bob Wager or John, you could respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, the basin as it's designed right now is as big as it can be. It'll take another 800 square feet over what's required. So the basin is bigger than it needs to be. And again, we're at 20% impervious, where the lot impervious allowables is 30. So we're a good third under the impervious. And we've done everything that Mr. Norsini has suggested at this point. Again, it's our third time in front. I've lived in Radnor for 25 years with my family. So
Steve, he's
Not
kind
sure.
of put you on the spot there.
Yeah, Steve, could you speak to that? Just kind of what the differences are?
Seems
and
unfair, but go ahead.
No, not at all.
What you've
So
worked on with them?
I did talk to the applicant's engineer somewhat briefly, and I'm going to turn this over to Bob Wager. So what I need you to do, understanding you cannot infiltrate, so that's gone. That's why you're here. And you're talking about an underground basin that exceeds the ordinance. So what I'm going to ask you to do is show the board the underground basin is going to be used to comply with a certain portion of our stormwater management ordinance, right? The rate control portion. What I had mentioned to you today is show the board what you're doing beyond that. So you talk about a basin, well, that rate control is required anyway. What is over and above that rate control that you can show the board that helps mitigate the fact that you cannot recharge?
Bob, you're muted.
Bob, you're muted. Bob, you are still on mute. If you can unmute your, he's having a problem.
Let me ask you a question then while he's trying to figure that out.
Well,
You still trying to figure it out, Bob? Okay, so let me ask you a question while he's still trying to figure it
yeah,
out.
he's still on mute.
Okay, so you said that was never, no one ever lived there. So you have to then put in a sewer system into this new house, right? Even though there's a driveway on Pembroke that ends there, and to the same property, there's a driveway on Aberdeen, which has a garage, a second garage, right in front of it, or right at the top of it. It just, there's something off here.
Yeah, we're not talking about Aberdeen at all. That's a separate lot.
Did you buy both lots?
Separate property.
Did you buy both lots?
I did.
Okay, so now you know that.
Did.
Right, okay,
But
so there's. a
What's the difference
driveway-
if I bought a house a
No,
mile away?
my point is as to what. in
Aberdeen
fact
is a separate
know.
lot, a separate issue.
No, the issue is what you know and what you represent as to what you know. So when you say that no one lived at that ever at that property on Pembroke that faces Pembroke, that is a garage, you know, it's like what the old kind of garage is, looks like someone lives on top. And then there's another driveway on Aberdeen, and there's a garage at the end of that. It's unusual, to say the least, that a homeowner would have two driveways coming at two different directions with two garages. One garage which stops you, it looks to me anyway, from going into the other property at 235 Pembroke, or what was always considered just one piece of property. So there's some issues when you represent one thing, but you can visually see something's just off. So could
Yeah.
you address that, Mr. McCurdy, please?
Well,
if I may.
I don't know
Mr.
how else to
McCurdy,
address
could you
it.
address that, please?
Aberdeen is a separate property and a separate lot.
That's
And
not what I'm
Pembroke
asking you.
has I'm not sure what you're asking me. We're not talking about Aberdeen at all.
What I'm
We're
asking you
talking
is when
about
you,
Pembroke, and we're simply asking for a recharge waiver. That's it.
Okay.
Everything else is in compliance.
what I'm asking, because if some work could be done, that if it, to, diminish the runoff with the, literally right over the fence, And that might be helpful. In other words, if there's not enough work being done, because I haven't heard yet what's different about what you came before last time. So I'm just trying to think of a solution for you.
Well, yeah, quite frankly, go ahead, Nick.
No, I was just gonna tell Bob Wager, at the bottom of the screen, there should be an unmute button. You don't have it on your, by chance, are you muted on your computer itself?
He may be, but he's actually muted on Zoom as well. I keep sending ask to unmute requests, and I'm assuming he's not getting them because, there we go, that looks right. Bob, say something. Okay, you're not unmuted anymore, but we can't hear you.
Is your computer on?
Bob, why don't you log off
Yeah.
and log back in maybe?
He may have forgot to join with
Yeah.
his computer audio.
Yeah, that's also possible. I think that this is, I'm gonna log off and come back.
Well, while Bob's
Okay.
working on that, can I ask Nick and the property owner something?
Sure.
There's 2 lots here, correct?
John.
No,
Two-
we're talking about Pembroke. There's one
Well,
lot.
No.
It's one lot. Aberdeen's already been sold. Aberdeen's sold to a family that's going to live there. I'm
Can I-
talking about Pembroke where,
John, can I address this, please?
sure.
Yeah, Nick knows where I'm going. Just,
John, back in 1964, according to the
Right.
deed, this was subdivided and it was created, 2 lots were created. One lot was the.
Nick, can you let John ask his question for the sake of transparency, so everyone at home understands what's going on? Thank you.
the two lots that Nick, your client owned at one point, correct? He owned them both?
Correct.
All right. And the one lot on Aberdeen has been sold to a third party, is that correct?
That's correct.
It's been sold or there's an agreement of sale? Has it gone to settlement?
There's an agreement of sale.
Okay, so it hasn't sold.
Has
yet.
not.
Big difference. So those 2 lots are side by side. You actually own both of them today, correct? So-
Correct.
All right.
That's correct.
So you don't have enough room on your Pembroke lot. Can some of this stormwater management be put on the other lot to deal with the Pembroke lot? Or can there be stormwater management put on the Aberdeen lot? So you get a little bit more of a benefit, because I'm assuming that lot has no stormwater management at all, correct?
I'm not sure what's on that, but it's an old house, so I assume not, like most of the old homes in.
Okay, well,
In
you
White.
haven't sold it yet. It hasn't conveyed. Is there a way to spread this out? over
There
the-
really isn't. That house is going under agreement in less than that house is being sold in less than 2 weeks. It's under agreement. And it's going to be going in less than 2 weeks. So
Well, that doesn't mean it can't be done.
I don't see how I can go back to the people that bought the house and say, by the way, I want to dig up your lot. And
But they haven't
mean-
bought it. You have an agreement, or it's going under agreement, 2 different things. Could there be stormwater management on that other lot? Since you still own it until it goes to settlement, you still own it. Can you spread it out? That's my only question. Is that feasible?
I mean, I don't think so. I'm under a binding agreement and it's with them and it's all signed and sealed. And so, Mr. Rice, I don't think so.
Okay.
Again, I'm not sure, being on these calls over the last month and looking into what I've looked into, asking for a recharge waiver only. Again, there's no rate control issues, just asking for a recharge waiver based on the minimum amount of impervious, and the fact we're still 10% under what's allowed on the lot. I'm not sure why this is becoming so much of an issue.
Because it's not a zoning, it's not a zoning issue. It's a stormwater management ordinance issue. 2 different things.
I'm just gonna raise that one, I know that we're waiting to see if we get audio from is that your engineer? I still haven't heard what is different this time. I mean, it didn't pass last time because we didn't think that your stormwater management was going to be sufficient. So all I need to know is why is it different this time? If you're just coming in front of us with the same issue, you know, you might end up with the same answer. If you have something else that you did in conversations with Steve Norsini, it would be great to hear about that.
Looks like Bob, the engineer, is joining, but
And I think Steve said no, correct, Steve? Nothing's different?
yeah, I don't think anything's different, but the
Yeah.
applicants before me were approved and they were
Let him
far
respond.
worse situation.
No, so there are no changes, and really this falls upon the applicant. The applicant before Mr. McCurdy that received approval took great pains to show the Board of Commissioners what they have done over and above the rate control portion that is required by the ordinance. So I just want to clear up a few things. The term 700 square feet of new impervious is bannered about. The reality of it is the new proposed building lot is roughly 3,400 square feet of new impervious. What Mr. Cornelia is talking about is the delta, what's over on the existing. True, there is no stormwater management on the lot, so any stormwater management is an improvement. But Mr. Weger says no sound, no speaker. But the reality of it is there is a rate control portion of the township's ordinance that has to be met. The applicant has met that. What I'm asking them, and unfortunately Mr. Weger can't speak or hear what we're talking about, is what have they done over and above that? The applicant for 2 Paul Road, who was before you 2 or 3 times, made very clear that their underground basin was sized X beyond what was required by the ordinance. And really, Mr. McCurdy, that's what I'm asking you to show this board. Other than saying, I can't meet the infiltration requirement, we understand that. Is there an over and above that you have done, and to what extent? A percentage, the size?
Yeah,
So let me break in for 1 second. Let me
800
break in
square
for 1
feet above.
second. Let me break in for 1 second. Thank you. Mr. Weger, I'm going to suggest that you use your cell phone or a regular phone and dial the following number, which I'm going to put in the chat so that you'll be able to see it if you're not writing this down as we go.
Jack, I
It's in
think
the
he's
chat.
also he's not getting audio either.
Okay.
Can one of you communicate with him offline and give him the number to call in, Nick, or?
Yeah, we'll try.
Okay.
Yeah, it is 610, sorry, it is 1-669-900-6833.
1-669-900-6833. Jack.
That is correct, and I'm putting the web ID into the chat as well. It is 864-7558-4156. That's the webinar ID that he'll need to put in. And if he has the original Zoom invitation, there is just a button that he can press on his phone, I believe, that'll take him right in. It'll dial all the numbers for him, but you can input them all yourself just as easily if you want to.
But Mr. Norsini, to answer your question, we sized the basin for an extra 800 square feet. And that's on the plan that was submitted.
So the required rate control is for the 3,400 square feet of new impervious, and you have sized your rate control device, the basin, to be 3,400 square feet plus the additional 700 that's on the lot. Is
Yep,
that correct?
697 on the lot, correct. Yep.
Okay, that's
Yep.
things that the board needs to hear, as opposed to, you know, we did what the other guy did.
No, we did more than the other guy did. Again, an additional 800 square feet. I'm reading the plan right now. The basin was designed for 800 square feet of additional impervious. So it's additional 800 square feet.
So to our commissioners, yes, they cannot meet the groundwater recharge requirement. They have met the 3,400 square foot requirement for rate control, and they are adding roughly 700 square feet to that. That is their over and above. So that's usually what the board is looking for. What are you doing over and above to compensate for the fact that you cannot recharge?
Yep, and I don't know if it was mentioned by John, my understanding is it's 800 over and above what is required. But hopefully Mr. Wager can sign in and communicate that. That's what I just was informed, that it's 800 square feet over and above what would be required. But I gave Jack, I gave the number to try to get Wager to call in on that 669 number.
Perfect. So Steve, if we deny this waiver request and the applicant can't do anything else on the second property, I mean, my concern is something that Nick alluded to. It's the property's not built on right now, so it's always going to need a waiver request. And if they're providing 800 additional square feet of stormwater retention, what are we going to allow to be built there?
So Commissioner, this goes back to what I've said in previous meetings. Our stormwater management ordinance states, if you cannot meet the groundwater recharge requirements, you must go to the Board of Commissioners for a waiver. Beyond that, it doesn't say what exactly, there's no quantification of what the applicant must do beyond that, 0, X, Y, or Z. So at this point, it is very subjective. I will say that I believe if you're looking for the applicant to do more, I believe they could. But again, this is a very subjective thing. So I know Mr. Wager can't speak or talk to us, but I'll ask Mr. McCurdy. So aside from the rate control you currently have, is it possible, I know you had a rain garden on previously, but that rain garden was your sole main point of stormwater management. Is there a possibility that you could still install a rain garden over and above what you're doing with the rate control as another form of mitigation?
Well, I thought that when we went in front of the board the first time with the rain garden, we were told that's not going to work, do the underground basin. And that's why we did the underground basin and oversized it. Are you now asking for a rain garden and the basin?
I'm posing to you to keep. I'm posing to you to have the underground rate control basin oversized as it is. And would you be willing to offer the commissioners on top of that, a rain garden on site to help mitigate even more so?
I would have to defer to my engineer if we can. All right, Bob's on.
I'm back. You hear me?
Okay, Bob.
Okay.
We hear you. Okay, bring
Okay.
clarity to this.
We can.
All right. What did I miss?
So Bob, I'll give you the Cliff Notes.
Bob.
Okay.
You have a rate control system that's sized for 700 to 800 square feet greater than is required by the ordinance. That's your over and above, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And I have asked Mr. McCurdy, would he be willing to, and I'm not speaking for the board, I'm just throwing this out there, to keep the basin at that size, but does it work from a topographical standpoint, understanding you already had a rain garden, to add a rain garden as a even greater over and above?
I don't know where we'd put it. Really, there's no room left. You can't do it in back because there's no way we're going to get enough water to it because it's a higher elevation in the rear. So the best we could probably I pretty maxed out the basin. If we get any closer, we're going to start losing a big tree on the left side. We can't get any closer to on the right side because then we're back at the same position where our bubble up spreader or whatever we're using as a spreader is too close to the road. So I'm at a loss figure out and how we're actually going to improve by trying to put a rain garden in there. But I guess anything's possible.
So could you do something? I know what you said about the back, but you're removing the driveway to what point? Down to the existing garage, the proposed garage?
Right.
Everything in the back comes out?
Right, to the turnaround in the garage.
So you have roughly a 374 contour, a 372, a 370 in that area where the driveway comes out or is proposed to be removed, and where the
Right.
building is proposed to be removed. Could you put a rain garden in there to grab what's coming down from what was the existing garage and any runoff down there? Granted, it's overland flow, but it's still runoff.
Yeah, we could probably work something out that way. I might even be able to get a couple of roof drains from the new building in there. If that.
Okay, so I think we've made progress. So to the Board of Commissioners, obviously it's not designed, but aside from the additional 800 square feet of impervious that's controlled by rate control, it seems that their engineer can install a rain garden as an additional over and above to catch some runoff from the rear of the property coming down. Now, it's not going to be catching impervious, but there is runoff from grass, as you've seen in big storms. Most of it soaks in, but if he can tie a roof drain into that, that would be great.
May I ask, does this have to go to shade tree at all? Are there any trees being removed from the property?
It's been through shade tree.
It's been through shade tree?
Yeah.
Are there trees being removed? I was just wondering, sometimes there are no trees.
No trees.
Okay, I was gonna say, sometimes leaving trees is always a good thing too, so.
So there's some small trees being removed, but 6-inch, 12-inch, there's no. And I think you have a 22-inch maple on a dogwood. You're showing a 6-inch dogwood, so I'm counting 4.
Yeah, there's a large beech tree on the side too.
So I'm sorry, so there are trees being removed or they're not?
No trees are being removed, but there are several trees on the property that are remaining.
I got it. Thank you.
So Bob, let me ask you, why is there an X through the dogwood and the maple and the 34-inch oak?
And on the application, I see that there are 5 trees over 6 inches in diameter to be removed.
Oh, okay. I'm confused then. I don't have the plan in front of me. I thought this was another project, but yeah, I guess you're right. If it says 5 trees, there are 5 trees, but the big thing is there's a large beech that we saved on the left side by moving the basin away from it.
But there is a heritage tree coming down. There's a 34-inch heritage tree, the oak, 12-inch maple, 6-inch dogwood.
Shade tree, I believe.
It was through shade tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just proposing that as another option, when you.
Yeah, there are some trees coming down, but.
If you can preserve the trees, and that helps with the stormwater also.
Right, yeah, trees do help a little with the stormwater.
So Bob, now that we got you back on, there's one question I'm not sure that I've gotten the final answer to, which is what is different tonight that was not in place when you were to us the last time? The basin is larger, is that my understanding?
No, the basin was enlarged before the last meeting. I mean, it was changed. The position, it's still the same size, but position was changed. It was moved away from the large tree, the large beech tree, and the basin, the outlet, the spreader was moved further from the road because that was one of the engineer's comments that he didn't like it that close to the road. So no, between last meeting and this meeting, nothing has really changed because we really didn't know how we could change it that would make the board happy, to tell you the truth.
Well, it sounds like you got a couple of suggestions tonight.
Okay, well, if that's what we have to do.
May I ask it's more procedural. So if you're going to do those things, put in the rain garden, there's something about the downspouts and leave the trees up, does the plans have to be amended? Because if we vote now to give you the variance, it's on the plans you've submitted as opposed to those changes to the plans.
Commissioner, based on the plans, they can't leave the trees up because the oak is in the proposed patio. The maple is in the middle of the proposed house. And the other trees are in areas to be graded. So, I mean, he did save what Mr. Wager is talking about. There's a 30-inch beech that they moved the system away from, but the 5 trees they show, if they were to commit to saving them, they wouldn't be able to build the house. It's one of the trees is right dead center of the house.
Is there is it just a house on the property? Is there plans for a pool or any other exterior structure?
Mr. Abel, no, there are no plans other than the house.
So Steve, I mean, back to my initial question, and I have a hard time with this one. There's no house there now. There's a proposed.
There is an existing garage.
There's a garage.
And a driveway.
Okay. So if we deny this and there's 800 additional square footage of that they're catching with their system, they've offered a water a basin, and I think there was something with the downspouts. I mean, what more? If that second property sold, what more can be done on this property?
Commissioner, so without getting in deep into design, and I know Mr. Wager said, it's pretty tough. I don't know, conceivably, could he make, and he'd have to design it, but can he make the underground basin even larger? That's a possibility to look at. We talked about a rain garden in and of itself not doing much, but if he can connect the downspout to the rain garden, then the underground system can address more rainwater, more runoff.
Yeah, I just feel like if we're saying that there has to be a certain number for the system, then
Well, again, so it's very subjective.
We're saying this ordinance. I mean, we're starting to put criteria on the ordinance that probably needs to be updated sooner rather than later.
I've been stressing that there should be some objective. In my recommendation, not saying it should be. My recommendation is that as the stormwater ordinance is amended, there should be an objective criteria. If you cannot meet the groundwater recharge requirement, you must do X percentage over on your rate control or something along those lines. And that would be easier for this board in that it would be a binary question when the applicant came in. Did you do it or not? As opposed to now, it's very subjective.
And the problem with subjectivity is the fact that if it is denied, then he has basically no use of this property.
Well, that's not correct.
True. That's not true.
Well, what would be the use? A garage?
He can install amended soils and then he can then comply with the ordinance. It would be expensive to do so, but it would not be impossible. I mean, I'm a Radnor homeowner in an area that has tough drainage. It would not be my intention to install amended soils myself. I recognize that the cost is perhaps prohibitive in this case, but there is that option.
Amended soils are not, it depends on how deep the bad soils go, whether you hit bedrock. Amended soils don't necessarily mean it's going to work.
I have never seen a situation where you could not install amended soils to meet our recharge requiremms. But I guess there's a first time for anything. I'll defer to the expert.
Well, it a lot depends on where the limiting zone is, how deep the limiting zone is. If the limiting zone is at 3 feet, that doesn't matter how many amended soils you put in there.
Do you know what it is in this case?
I could look it up real quick. They did, when they did the perk test, they put the limiting zone in there. And if you have a second, I will look it up.
We
Sure,
can
I'd be
certainly,
interested.
we could certainly commit to making the basin as bigger if you'd like us to do that, but it's already significantly bigger than it calls for.
So Commissioner, the permeability testing was conducted at 12-inch, 24-inch, 36 and 48-inch depth and all failed.
If you make the basin bigger, are you in danger of losing that heritage tree?
Yes. Yes, we're within 25 feet of it now. Probably maybe even closer, but yeah, the only place to expand it is on that side. And we can't make it any wider because then we get too close to the road with our spreader, so.
So can I just ask,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, can I just ask one more question? So, and then, like, I feel like maybe we should wrap this up.
I
don't-
strongly agree.
So he's gone over on the basin. He's offered to do a rain garden and they want to do downspouts. Will the people who are buying the property that we asked if he could do work on, which he can't because he's got to buy a new agreement, will they have to come to us for any sort of stormwater if they do anything on that property? And then could there be a possibility that there be additional stormwater then on that other property? So then are we kind of getting, would we get some more, containment over there if they decide to do something?
Nick, maybe you can answer that, but I assume if they apply to put an addition on or something, they'd have to come in front of you guys and yes.
Or add a patio or change
Yeah.
the driveway or.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
I think it's anything over 500, Steve, is that right?
So up to 499 square feet of new impervious, there's no stormwater management required. Above that, yes, there would. Hey, Mr. Wager, quick question for you.
Yeah.
So if you can expand the underground system towards the driveway, right, whatever, 25%, and have your bubble up just parallel to the system, so basically rotated. You're going to be pointing at the street, but you're going to be no closer than you are now. That would be the biggest quantity change that you could do based on what you're showing. Not, as Commissioner Larkin said, there's always things you can do. What would you and Mr. McCurdy say to that?
Well, I think it's possible. I don't know if I can get 25% more, but the problem with the spreader is because this is not a recharge basin, because it has to be dumped at the bottom, and discharge has to be at the bottom of the bed. We have to find a point for the spreader where it actually is lower than the discharge, and that was the difficult part.
I see you're riding a specific contour line, so maybe you could provide the board with all that we've talked about, plus a larger subsurface system, and do the best you can to swing that bubble up out of the way and stay away from the street at the appropriate elevation.
We will certainly do that. We will certainly do that. Bob, you're gonna have to figure out a way, but if you
Okay.
guys, yeah, I mean, it's.
All right, I'll give it my best.
Okay.
No, that's not confidence to me. So, I mean, either you can do it or you can't.
Well, I can.
He's got to go back to the drawings and.
I can definitely get some more volume with the rain garden will help. I can probably get some more. I can't promise 25% in the basin, but I'll do the best, I'll get as much as I can.
I think, Bob, you could get 10% more. That's not, so we're talking what, the basin's 31 feet long. You could go another 3 feet. That's not going to tax you. 3 or 4 feet.
I think we can even do better than that, but I just don't want to put a number on them. I'll get everything I can.
I think you're going to have to.
Okay, well, all right, I'll get 25% then.
So does that mean they need to come back in front of us, or can we approve this tonight with conditions?
They got to come back in front of us, but we're going to do this a whole lot faster the next time. And I'm going to move to table at this point so they can come back in front of us again. I see a second.
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion passes with one opposing. Guys, thank you very much. We will see you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you for your patience.
Sure. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, we had some extraordinary
Thank you.
circumstances that time with the issues with the Zoom call, but I'm hoping that we can go through this next one a whole lot faster. 608 West Wayne Avenue, Stormwater Management Groundwater Recharge Waiver Request, item F.
So Commissioner Larkin, there is a team representing 608 West Wayne, led by Chris Yan, the design engineer. And I'm going to let Chris Yan step through this with you to keep it short.
Thanks, Steve. Good evening, board. If I could, I'll share my screen to show the property, show the plans. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. I'll try to be fast. So this is 608 West Wayne Avenue. It's an existing flag lot off of West Wayne. You can see on this plan, there's some dark lines that travel from the upper right in the location map down to the bottom and then to the left. That's the floodplain for Little Darby Creek. And so that creek and floodplain run through the property. So just from that, you can imagine that the soils aren't very good. And so I'm going to zoom in here to where the proposed improvements are. There's an existing driveway and there's an attached portion of a house with a breezeway in between that right now is living space that's going to be converted to a garage. And so really what we're adding here is just some added driveway area. There is a portion of that building that is to be removed, a small portion, but then driveway area to be added. It's about 1,918 square feet are added, 194 is removed for a delta of 1,724. And so we did do infiltration tests in a couple different locations. I found that there was modeling at 6 inches, there was groundwater at 11 feet deep, and there were basically infiltration tests that yielded 0 infiltration. And so what we have proposed is a rain garden. The rain garden provides the required rate control, but to answer the question that everyone asked for the last project is, what extra are you doing? And so the extra is this rain garden is designed with a stone bed underneath it. The stone bed, we can't make soils infiltrate where they can't do that. If it's not possible, then they can't do it. But what we have is this stone bed underneath. The water will come in the rain garden. It'll filter through the soils. It'll get down in the stone bed and it'll be held here until the next rain event that comes through and pushes it through and then back out this outlet pipe. And so what this is that DEP has a new concept called the managed release concept. And that's essentially what this is. And so even though we can't show that we infiltrate, we are providing the entire 2-year increase in this stone bed. And so Radnor has us calculate volumes a couple different ways. One is the 2-year increase. The other is the REV volume and the water quality. And so we meet all 3 of those volume requirements in this stone bed. I guess it's possible that if in the middle of the summer when there's, hasn't been rain for a month, it might be possible that you would get some infiltration, but, we're not preventing it from happening. But in all other times when soils operate as they did with the infiltration test, this would fill up and then water would come through and replace it. And so any water that goes through this is going to be filtered through this soil and then out again. And so that's really the answer to what the extra is. It's this managed release concept. What this stone bed is called in that managed release concept, it's called the IWS, the internal water storage. And so that's what we have proposed for this property. I'm happy to answer any questions or I went through it pretty quickly. So if there's anything else you'd like me to do, I'm happy to do that. We do have the owners on the call as well as the architect.
I have a question. Can you go back to the previous screen?
Yes, to the detail?
Yeah.
Yes.
So where does that water go from the arrow that hits 75? Where does that water eventually go to?
So when it leaves the outlet pipe, it then goes to a level spreader.
What's a level spreader?
Essentially, this is a solid pipe that it leaves the rain garden. It then tees into a perforated pipe. that is surrounded by
Okay.
stone. And so then it fills up in the stone. And instead of coming out just one pipe, it fills up and it's supposed to come out a little more evenly.
Where does it go? Does it go into the ground eventually? Does it go into like a stormwater basin, like a stream, or?
It runs overland. So the rain garden is up here, just downgraded the driveway, and then this overflow is piped to a lower elevation where it overflows back into the yard, and then quickly gets back into Little Darby Creek.
So my question is you said that it could be a month before that water is pushed out by another storm. Am I correct?
I guess it could be however long it takes.
So you're going to have stagnant water in there for a month, and that's going to go into a creek?
The water is underground, and so this is not stagnant water on the surface. This is
Not on the surface, but it's underground, and then you're going to pump it into a creek where there's, vegetation and life, fish.
Correct. And so it like I said, this is the DEP concept that it's basically kind of putting it back kind of like groundwater, where by holding it underground like that, it has a chance to cool off. Whereas part of the concern with the streams is that, and these flash floods, is that it rains, it hits the impervious surfaces, which are hot, and that hot water goes right into the creek. It raises the temperature of the creek, and sometimes that hurts the fish. So by having some of this water underground, it has a chance to cool off and then is replaced by new water.
Sure. And you're saying it's a concept, so it has not been approved?
It has been approved.
It has been approved.
Yeah, it's
And would having stagnant water even in the pipe, how far underground is it?
There's 18 or 24 inches of amended soils in between the bottom of the rain garden and the top of that stone bed.
So would there be any smell emanating from stagnant water that could be there for a month?
I don't think so. I mean, it's not at the surface where it will become, I mean, the reason that happens with stagnant water at the surface is because it becomes hot. It gets the, moss and other things growing on it. This is underground where it's kept at the, what they call it, ambient temperature.
Sure. I mean, even though it could be 58 degrees or so, it's still sitting there for a month. That's just my concern. So I'll just leave it at that. Okay. Thank you.
So for the applicant, can we see the, can we go back to the view of the property and, there you go. Where are the neighbors' properties tangent to this property?
I'm going to try to draw on this screen and hopefully that will help. This is the property line here, and then it takes an interesting jog there. And so there's, it's a common driveway that goes back to this neighbor to the south.
Okay, and that's still a West Wayne address, right?
I believe so.
And then where do the Atlee homes start?
I could zoom into the location map here. I don't know where the Atlee homes are. What I can say is if I go back to this overall site plan and Little Darby Creek, it doesn't take long for the water to leave this spreader and get right to the floodplain of End Creek. The only other property, so basically the water right now that leaves this property goes through the neighbor's property at Little Darby Creek, and that's the same thing that this runoff will do. Now we're actually, in taking it from this driveway area, which if I make a little circle here, we're taking it from here, which right now is traveling out the property this way to get to the creek. We're actually moving it down a little further so that it's further below where their improvements are.
So if you get, I forgot the number we use now, but a 100-year storm and the ground doesn't perk, what are you actually catching? It's just going to go over ground anyway and run off through the neighbor's yard to the creek, correct?
So the rain garden is sized for rate control for the the 1 through 100 year storm. And so forgetting the volume that we have underneath with that managed release concept is really extra, right? That's not included in the routing calculations. And so assuming that that's totally full, if water comes into the rain garden, then there are controls in the rain garden to slow the water down before it leaves. And so there's a weir and then a 12-inch top to a drain that's in the rain garden to control how quickly it leaves. And it reduces it below the current rates.
Has the applicant had conversations with the neighbors, alerting them to the changes of the runoff?
My name is Jay Humphrey. I'm the homeowner together with my wife Anna. Yes, the property that Chris was pointing to is owned by the Clavins. They've seen the design. We've had the discussion. They're excited actually about the design of the rain garden, having had one themselves.
And I'll just be, one last comment. This is, we've had a number of conversations in this area about the flooding issue, and it came up again last week at the town hall meeting with the neighbors on Atlee and all the water coming down from these larger storms. And my concern is that with the additional impervious, we're just contributing to more of these flooding issues for neighbors that are downstream.
I believe the topographical map may show that the preponderance of the slope on ours and the Clavins property is actually down away from the structures that are in place and then down the backyards towards the stream.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I guess frankly, the increased impervious anywhere in the watershed to Little Darby Creek, could potentially increase the rate or volume. What we have here is we have a rain garden that is providing the rate control so that up to and including the 100-year storm, the rate control or the rate will be reduced. I think one thing that's maybe not thought of for some of these soils is when we go through the stormwater analysis for both rate control and volume, you have to use a coefficient for the soils called a curve number or rational. It's just the rational coefficient. And so for well draining soils, which might be A soils, which really aren't found anywhere around here, a lot of the water seeps into the ground and there's very little that runs off. And then as you increase for vegetated cover like lawn or woods or meadow, it goes to B soils, C soils, D soils, and then you get to impervious, which is almost basically nothing infiltrating and it all running off quickly. And so what we have here is right now, because the soils are poor, I think people tend to think that we're changing a meadow into impervious, but soils that are close to a creek and are very poor are already acting closer to impervious than they are to, a meadow at the top of the hill, right? They're already running off faster. The water already isn't infiltrating in, and that's what the infiltration tests, prove.
What's the percentage of impervious allowed on the property?
I don't believe there is an impervious percentage permitted in the AC district. I could be wrong about that, but the maximum building coverage is 15% and the proposed impervious coverage is 14.2. So the entire impervious is less than what the building coverage is or is permitted.
Steve, do you have an answer for the amount of impervious allowed?
Yeah, I mean, I could tell you, Commissioner, what Mr. Yan said is correct, or I agree with what he noted about the runoff coefficients. And we've talked about this with other lots that cannot infiltrate. Their lawns are not a normal lawn that's going to absorb water. So, I mean, he has his zoning table there. I don't think that's the issue because by looking at the lot, you can see they're nowhere near their requirement. The issue at hand is what Mr. Yan is proposing that is accepted by DEP It's not in our ordinance, but that doesn't mean, I mean, our ordinance is from '05, and this is much newer. So is the managed release acceptable to the board? So the rain garden itself takes care of the rate control. The managed release is the over and above. Mr. Yan and I had this conversation. So really that's what it comes down to. And again, our ordinance doesn't say what the applicant has to do. Obviously, the applicant has to get the approval of the board, make them happy or agree with what they're doing. So that's where we're at now.
So can I understand the project here? It looks like you're expanding the driveway. The building structure is staying the same, but we're having a new driveway?
Yes, hello, this is Jack Burns. I'm the architect on the project. The building is being renovated in its own footprint, and we're actually removing an earlier addition that was on the building. So we're reducing the overall building coverage and adding a new driveway to add greater functionality.
Is that a new garage? Is that why you need that paving there?
We're altering the building to become a garage in the same footprint. It's currently an an in-law suite type thing, and we're going to be adding a garage to the first floor of that does not currently exist. There's no garages at the home right now. The initial design from the original architect had a garage there, but it was built at the time as an in-law suite, I think, for a mother who was going to move in.
So where do they park? In the courtyard there?
Correct.
And so there's no undercover for the vehicles other than they just put it in the courtyard?
No, none at all. And it's a little like bumper cars getting around in there too. There's not a whole lot of room.
What's the overall square footage of the house?
Oof, I don't have that number handy. The footprint.
In terms of the footprint, the existing footprint is 5,421, and that's being reduced to 5,241.
So this is like an 8,000 or 10,000 square foot house with no garage?
Correct.
And that's a lot of paving right there. Couldn't we make that a little bit less paving? Even, all you need is just to get to the doors. What is it? Three garage doors?
It is 3 garage doors. Yes. I mean, the backup radius for all those things, it does seem like a lot of paving, but by the time you have real maneuverability out of a lot of those garage bays, it's about what you need.
Do you still need the courtyard then if you have this new garage and circular drive on the outside of the building?
It needs a relative term. We've never really discussed removing it. There's a breezeway at the home. It's intended to be driven through.
You could put a fountain and a garden and green space where that paving is right now in the courtyard.
Yeah, the front door is on that courtyard though. You would not be able to pull up to the front door of your home any longer.
I see.
Yeah, the front door is in the bottom, right to the bottom left of that blacktop driveway in that courtyard area. That's where the main entry to the home is.
Well, they're going to be coming in from the garage now anyway, under the breezeway.
Probably a little of both.
Well, the problem is that you got a stormwater problem. How big is the drainage bed that you're planning right there? What's the size of it, the dimensions?
The stone bed portion is 2 feet deep by 16 feet wide by 35.5 feet long.
And I saw in the drawings, it said that below the stone holding area that you're referring to, it's geotextile fabric. It's not anything impervious. You're not building a basin. You're just kind of building a giant stone bed with geotextile under it. Is that correct?
Correct. When you install a stone bed, you surround it in geotextile fabric so that the soil doesn't wash in from the sides and clog it up. That's basically to just kind of separate the stone from the soil around.
Right.
On all 4 sides. 6.
Why not have a basin, a tank that like the other folks have been using?
So the having a larger, well, you could do it different ways. Having larger pipe then just makes you be deeper, which is closer to a limiting zone further down. We're trying to spread it out as much as we can. And so to you know, what I tell people, what I tell homeowners is that when you're doing an underground system, the best is a stone bed if you can, because you can spread it out. And really for stormwater purposes, you know, I don't think Radnor has it, but the city of Philadelphia used to have, or NDEP has loading ratios of an 8-to-1 drainage area to infiltration, or to, I'm sorry, 8-to-1 drainage area to infiltration area, or 5-to-1 impervious to infiltration area. And so what you try to do is spread it out as much as you can. If you could just, if you think of, if you made a system that's only 1 foot by 1 foot big, and you forced all the water in that one spot, that 1 square foot, you're going to clog up that area pretty quickly. And so you try to spread it out as much as you can to take advantage of that soil interface. And so that's why when we can, we do the stone bed.
Down at the spreader at the discharge area, do you have any drainage in that area? Zoom in on that spreader down at the discharge at the bottom. Yeah, down.
Yeah, so this is
why not add an additional bed right there before you discharge it?
Because you're not getting any, we're already meeting the rate control. You're not getting any infiltration there either. We're providing an additional 454 cubic feet of volume at the rain garden. I'm not sure.
The issue is the rate control is fine, but when we have storms where we have intense storms for several hours, we overwhelm these systems. So the concern is that it's redundancy in the system. Why not add something else down there at that, it says 75 linear foot, 8-inch PVC level spreader?
Commissioner Booker, would it just be as easy to request the applicant make their existing system larger? To go upon Mr. Jan's point. So instead of what was it, 16 by 32, make it 16 by 32 plus X. That might achieve what you're looking for.
Maybe. How long is that spreader? It says 5 linear feet. Is that all it is?
Yes.
I would make that spreader bigger too. Why not make it 25 feet? You certainly have room in there.
And we could make the spreader longer.
I would make it bigger and make the spreader longer. And, you know, I recognize the issue here with, you know, there's no garage, but it's, you know, the owner, you didn't build this house, right? You moved into this house, so you knew what it was when you bought it. That's my comments.
I'm sure that, I assume that the homeowner didn't know the conditions of the soils though when they bought it. But I think, you know, we could easily make the spreader 25 feet long as opposed to 5 if that would get it done.
And also I'd have a bigger stone bed up at the top there as well.
Chris, do you think you could expand the system, the proposed system to, I don't know, whatever, it's 32 feet, you know, make it 40 feet or provide something to the board, or even a more additional delta along what Mr. Commissioner Booker's noted?
So I don't want to speak for the homeowner because it's their money. I guess what I'd say is we sized that stone bed to meet the 2-year increase. And so if there was no waiver here, that would be the size it has to be. And so I guess I'm not opposed to making it bigger. I guess I'm just looking for a number. And so if the number is 10% bigger, then yes, we can make it 10% bigger. If that, you know, if we want to make it, we could do that. We can make it 10% longer.
One last question too. Do you need to connect these two driveways together? Why do you have that additional paving connecting the new driveway to the old?
Functionality for the homeowner. If they want to pull from their driveway into their courtyard, not to go through the common shared drive, I guess. All the top of the page is above that red line. There's common shared driveway.
Okay, right, because it's a flag lot, common shared driveway, but they have the existing blacktop driveway going into the courtyard, and then they want to build a new driveway that's going into the garage. Why do you need to connect them? You don't need to have all that paving in there.
Or perhaps remove the new proposed entrance. So all access and egress is through the existing drive. You come in, you take a left, you still keep the box so they can back out properly, but perhaps consider removing the proposed second entrance, if you will. Just spitballing, so to speak.
I would,
Yeah, either would be better.
One of the things that we discussed with the neighbor is it allows for the first time, delivery vehicles, which are driving up and back, right, reversing and not very effectively, opportunity to circle around. So I know that's been appealing with our neighbor as well. So it allows for maneuverability that we just don't have, and I don't think would be replicated without that circular ability.
Yeah, that makes sense, but in this case, you're asking for a waiver. I think the delivery vehicle is secondary, and they can leave the deliveries at the garage.
Guys, we are getting deep in the weeds, and it is 9:06 p.m. Last comments on this, and I'm going to move to table after that. Anything else? Hearing nothing, I'm moving to table. Guys, if you have questions about what the Board of Commissioners expects to see from you guys for next time, please direct them to Steve Orsini. You can also call any of the individual commissioners. A lot of the applicants do that. So if you have questions about what any of us have said, please feel free to call and bug us on our own individual time. But otherwise, I'm going to move to table. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Guys, thank you very much. I'm sorry to kick you out so peremptorily. We got to keep moving today. Moving on to item 3G, 200 South Ithan Avenue, preliminary land development application caucus.
Mr. Larkin, I'm not going to go through it all, but if on the memo preceding their application, I note the adjudication that was from the conditional use, which discusses the sidewalks on the east side of South Ithan. And followed by that is the motion to recommend the grant of preliminary plan approval from the Planning Commission conditioned on compliance with the review letters of Gilmore and Gannett, redesign of the entrance to be at a 90-degree angle with South Ithan Avenue, removal of barbed wire fencing, and the PC further recommends the grant of all waivers requested, provided that the waiver of sidewalks along South Ithan frontage is expressly conditioned on compliance with conditions regarding sidewalks set forth in the CU adjudication dated 3/4/21. So there's two waivers here. There's sidewalks interior to the development, specifically interior to the development, as well as sidewalks along the frontage of South Ithan. That is not the east side. That is a short portion of ground as part of the of this property. So it is not the piece across the street. So I will turn it over to Mr. Cornelia and his team from there.
Thank you, Steve. I think Steve accurately stated where we are with this. You've seen this plan previously during the conditional use hearing. It's the same plan that was approved at the conditional use hearing. As the board's aware, a condition of that conditional use was that sidewalks be installed on the east side of South Ithan, since neighbors have been requesting it for some time now. And if the required right-of-way or easements cannot be, actually, if the required easements cannot be acquired, then the applicant would make a contribution for sidewalks in the required amount of what the sidewalks would cost. This plan has been unanimously approved by the Planning Commission, both before the conditional use hearing and as part of this preliminary plan process. It's also been approved by Shade Tree Commission. And as previously mentioned by Steve, the Planning Commission has approved the requested waivers, conditioned upon approval of all letters from the consultants, which the applicant is amenable to.
Before we begin, I just heard on my earbuds that the recording, it stopped.
It went back on. It looks like we're still live on YouTube.
But but this needs to be recorded officially. Are we being recorded? Bill, or is Ian available?
And then I'll resume recording. As long as it's still running, I should be able to jump back in and start the recording again.
All right, so should we pause the meeting or what should we do?
If you can, just give me a few minutes to get back on.
All right, shoot me a text when you're good.
I will.
All right, so our webmaster lost power, thanks to Mother Nature. So that's what we got there. He's rebooted. He's got power back. He's rebooting. He's going to text me and let me know when we're good to continue, because we are live, so that's still going on, but we are no longer recording, so we won't have playback, and we want to fix that.
Do we take a 5-minute recess?
Yeah, how about we do that? And when we come back, let's hope for a little better luck. We've had a whole bunch of interesting things go wrong tonight.
Do we have to make a motion for that?
I believe so, or we have in the past.
Yeah.
Yes.
I will make a motion to return at 9:17. Can I get a second? Kathy, second. All in favor?
Can I just ask, I see like Jacob, Jake, and Rich. We didn't lose them also.
Yeah, that's what.
Okay.
I mean, they're still in the meeting. That's why their names are there. If we lost them entirely, they'd be off the screen.
Okay.
I think their cameras are just off, Commissioner.
Oh, there's
Okay.
Ian. Hi, Ian.
I'm back. I'm
Oh,
sorry
yeah.
about that. I had
This
a bit of a power blip. I'm back on.
I withdraw my motion.
We can start the recording whenever you guys are ready.
Thank you, Ian.
We are
Okay.
ready.
Sounds
You're
good.
ready.
We're back.
Thank you, Ian.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Sorry
Ian.
about that.
So
Not your
when we left off, we were just wrapping up old business, and we're going to start with the final public participation.
Nice try. That was good.
Nick, where were we?
Funny.
Yeah, I went through, I think, and basically what Steve stated was accurate. One thing I did want to add was the fact that you may recall that the Trianon Homeowners Association unanimously approved this project as well. And I don't know if I need to go through, since it's not taped, should I go through the brief opening that I gave again, or are we okay with that, Jack?
No, that's fine. I think that much of that was recorded to the extent that it was not. It's live streamed on YouTube. We got you. This is also just for our purposes. This is not official action, and we will be seeing you again at least once, perhaps twice.
That's correct. This is just a caucus.
So is there any commissioner questions or comments? Hearing none. Okay, thank you very much, Nick.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Moving on to item 3H, Resolution 2021-63, authorizing the engineering department to receive sealed bids for the King of Prussia Eagle Road, Pine Tree Road intersection and storm sewer project. I will so move. Is there a second? Okay, do we have Brian Uri?
You do, Commissioner, I'm here.
Okay, I'm going to kick this to you if I could.
Yep. I don't have a presentation. I will be short. On behalf of Cabrini University, thank you for the time
You
to speak.
already have my vote.
Thank you, appreciate that. We are requesting an affirmative vote on resolution 2021-63. In 2018, Radnor Township, Cabrini University, and Eastern University came together to do a truly public-private partnership on this road improvement intersection through the multimodal project. The multimodal project was not in existence when the first conversations began well over 12 years ago between the township and the two schools regarding that intersection. This effort was a partnership between the two institutions in the township. Since then, since we were rewarded as the only grant application in this round in the county of Delaware, we believe that speaks to the merits of not only the project, but also the partnership between the three entities. We're also encouraged and hopeful that with your affirmative vote, we can begin to start the necessary due diligence for bids to get this work started. As we have known over the past 2 years, that intersection, stormwater and stormwater relief is rapidly deteriorating on the shoulder of King of Prussia Road. After every storm now, with these micro surges in terms of the storms, we're seeing more and more flooding in that intersection. So we believe it's not only a win for the township in terms of helping to ease congestion, but also with stormwater management. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. I don't recall if I actually moved for this, so I'm going to move for this resolution. Is there a second? Do we have any commissioner questions or comments on this? We've done this a bunch, so we kind of know where we all are. Is there any staff comment? Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion passes 6-0 with Commissioner Booker off the dais. Moving to resolution number 2021-64, authorizing the engineering department to receive sealed bids for the 2021. Yep.
Sorry, were we going to consider moving ordinance 2021-06 forward to this point, since we've got some?
You are correct. Thank you for the reminder. We've got a request to move, was that item O, Bill?
Capital O, ordinance.
Yeah.
2021-06
up. So let's jump to that. I think that's the last one where we have a guest. So we can do that now. Turning to item O, ordinance number 2021-06, introduction, amending the zoning map of Radnor Township by rezoning Delaware County tax parcel number 36/05/03203/00 from R1 Residence District to PI Planned Institutional District. I will so move. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Do we have somebody from the school with us?
I think I saw them in the attendees section.
I see hands up.
Adrian and Josh Tickton.
Okay, I'm going to turn them both on.
Can you give them camera as well?
I'm trying to do that now.
Good evening, Jamie Jung here on behalf of Mainline Classical Academy, and we do appreciate the board moving us up a little bit on the agenda. As some of you may recall from the last time we were here before this board, the school has been located at 455 South Robert Road for the last 6 years. It is a small private school for kindergarten through 8th grade. There are currently 67 students enrolled with 74 students anticipated for next year. The school was presented with the option to purchase adjacent land at 461 South Roberts Road. And since we last appeared before this board, the school has purchased the property. And if I may, I'll just share my screen So you can see where the school property is, as well as the lot that was purchased, and sort of the relation to all of the lots to the various zoning districts. So this is Exhibit 1, which was included with a memorandum that was prepared by Alyssa Thomas from Glack and Thomas Panzak, a land planner, who kind of explained the existing use, the surrounding uses, what use was being proposed. So as you can see, sort of in the center, 455, that is where the current mainline classical academy is located. Immediately adjacent to the left is 461, which is the newly acquired lot. And this is the lot that we are looking for the rezoning. The reason for requesting the rezoning is that the school is in need of additional space, both indoor and outdoors, and they would like to accommodate its growing 8th grade. The school has spoken to residential neighbors immediately adjacent to the property, and you can see on this Exhibit 1 that there are 2 flag lots that adjoin 461 South Roberts Road, and the school has focused their discussion with these neighbors, and they are supportive of the proposed rezoning, and the school intends to incorporate new privacy landscaping, parking, and enhance stormwater management, as well as relocate a shared driveway to address neighbor input. No exterior changes are proposed for the residential building on the lot that is being proposed for the rezoning. In terms of timeline, we were scheduled for Board of Commissioners authorization to refer this application to the Planning Commission on January 6, 2020. We received that authorization, and pursuant to that authorization, we presented to the Township Planning Commission on January 6, which recommended approval of the rezoning. We were last before this board on February 24th of last year for authorization to advertise a public hearing, at which time this matter was tabled and a couple of the commissioners raised questions as to whether the school would file for tax exemption for 461 South Roberts Road if it was to be rezoned. The school has decided that it will not seek tax exemption status as it relates to 461 South Roberts Road for 3 years, even if the lot is rezoned. I believe the agenda package included the memorandum again that was prepared by Lisa Thomas. It included the February 3rd minutes of the Planning Commission, which recommended approval. And there was a Delaware County Planning Department review, which I think recommended denial based on the comprehensive plan, which says that, you know, it should limit expansion of institutional uses to areas within the present limits of campus areas which are zoned as institutional district. I mean, that is a statement that is in there, but the Township Comprehensive Plan also recognizes the importance of the various institutions in the township. It recognizes the need and the desire to really retain these smaller institutions within the township rather than having it move out. And it talks about having institutional uses be harmonious with the adjacent residential uses, you know, providing the additional landscaping, stormwater. And I really think that this application is quite straightforward, very simple. It's very minimal, but does, you know, allow this institution, which has successfully been here and a good part of the community for the last 6 years, to reasonably grow and meet some of its needs. I mean, that's just a quick recap of, you know, what I wanted to present to the board tonight. Josh Tickton is also here as a representative of the school, if there are any questions for him. And, you know, we're happy to answer any questions that you might have for me as well.
I'm gonna jump in here. I am supportive of this project. I've been talking with Josh quite a bit over the past year. I want to be sure that it's clear that tonight they are agreeing to not seek tax exemption on this property. That was the concern from the school district. You know, I heard you say, Ms. June, that for at least 3 years, but I know that that was an issue that held up this us moving forward when you were here about a year ago. So what we're talking tonight about is the rezoning. If you could speak a little to the existing house and the plans for it, it's my understanding that there will not be significant aesthetic changes to the house.
Correct, and as I have stated, and Josh can certainly correct me if I'm wrong or if I misstate something, you know, there's a single-family dwelling that's on the property, and the school is not proposing to make any exterior changes. Obviously, the inside, you know, would need to be renovated to make it appropriate for school use. But again, from the streetscape, it would appear to be a residential building that's, you know, that has been there.
What is your appetite to agreeing to waive an application for tax exempt status indefinitely? You've said 3 years, but looking on our records, it looks like this property is zoned at 860,000, sorry, not zoned, it's assessed as $860,000. And the township is now receiving about $2,500 per year on the property. 3-year moratorium on taxes nets the township an additional $7,500, which honestly doesn't really move the needle. I am, however, concerned about just saying that this is a parcel which is going to no longer be taxed in perpetuity. That's my real concern with allowing the creep of tax exempt institutions out from where they stand now. We already get a lot of that with some of the existing institutions in the township, and when we don't have to change zoning, I am very reluctant to do so if I know that we're going to end up losing funding, particularly now, given the economic status that we have for the township.
And Josh can certainly, you know, again, you know, chime in here, but here are some of the points that I want to make. Again, the comprehensive plan recognizes the value of these smaller institutions. I think it's more than just the tax base. I certainly hear the concern, but there are a lot of benefits that the school provides to the township. I believe there are at least 9 families also from Radnor Township whose students, you know, attend this school. And the school is also making a lot of improvements that will be beneficial to those 2 residential lots that are adjacent to it that are going to be, you know, pretty costly. There are stormwater management that they're proposing, landscaping that they're proposing. They would certainly beautify the property, and it would allow them to continue at this property because again, they are in need of space, both indoor and out. That I believe brings value, you know, aside from the tax issue. And you know, my understanding is that the school has considered it, and obviously they are a tax exempt institution. They're currently tax exempt for their current property. And although they would be willing to not seek that exemption for 3 years, I don't know that they are in a position to offer more than that at this time.
I have a couple questions. So the Delco Planning Commission said no. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
They recommended.
So they don't think it's a good deal. Okay. So as far as stormwater, that would have to be done, correct? I mean, you have to. Is that a requirement or not?
Stormwater would not have to be done, I believe, in the absence of any improvements being made there. But again, there is some stormwater management or, you know, stormwater improvements that we're looking to make, I believe, to accommodate one of the neighbors.
Okay. So this goes from residential to institutional. So if years down the road, and I don't know, I wish Kevin Kachansky was here, but Steve, maybe Steve Norsini's here. Maybe he can help me. Steve, are you here? Oh, great.
Yes, sir.
If they, I mean, could they put dorms there if they wanted to later down the road? Could they put housing there? Because now it's zoned institutional.
I'm sorry, I don't have that answer, Commissioner. I think I'd have to look at it a little more closely.
Is that Kevin? Do I see Kevin?
Kevin is here.
Hey, Kevin.
That's Commissioner, I am here.
Thank you,
So,
thank you.
sure. Could they put houses if it's zoned?
Or dorms, could they put some kind of living, not necessarily for students, but for staff?
It would depend on the lot area and the setbacks. I think, I'd have to take a look specifically at the lot area, the lot property line configurations. Does it get?
It's about 2.3 acres, I think.
Sorry?
I think it's about 2.3 acres.
Yeah, but property line location setbacks, is it going to be consolidated into a larger parcel where some of those setbacks then wouldn't be applicable? As an institutional use property, it would be available for uses that are permitted in the PI district, and that could possibly include dormitories.
Okay, so they could pretty much make it as big of a school, and they could just build on top of it as it was an institution. As of now, so they could go up to what, 70% of the land they could build on, of those 2.3 acres. Am I correct?
I would have to pull up the zoning code and take a look at the specifics. I don't have that off.
But I thought that's what it is for the villages or something. It's what is it, around 70%? 60, 65, 70%. All right, well,
30% of the lot can be occupied by buildings.
okay, only 30%. Okay.
Right.
By buildings or by impervious?
Buildings, by buildings.
Okay, and how tall could those buildings be? 38 feet?
Yeah, that's the existing height, Sean. And then 55% of the total tract area has to be devoted to landscaping and planet.
So that would be 45% impervious coverage.
Okay, where are they now on impervious?
Don't know.
Okay. I just want to make sure that this doesn't become, another land grab. And to Commissioner Larkin's point, where it's only 2,500, what are the total taxes? How much would that be taken away from the school board per year?
Looking to see if I can call that up.
Yeah, can you?
Can I ask a question while we're calling that up?
Yeah, please.
So I'm just wondering, Kevin or John, if someone can speak to why the discrepancy between, I'm looking at what the county planning commission had to say and what Radnor's planning commission had to say.
There are two different independent bodies that have their own positions on the matter. It's not uncommon to have diverging opinions on issues like this. Township Planning Commission is probably looking at it more at the local level, and county is thinking a holistic approach to it.
Lisa, the county review letter just cites to one issue in the zoning code that deals with long-range plans for institutions. When you have a land development or a rezoning, there's a long-range plan, development plan, describing future development, very detailed. And that whole provision, which the county calls out, really is in there because of the Villanovas and the Cabrinis and the Easterns. Not for a single use school, single type of school, but more for the university, so that the township has a sense as to what is planned. The Villanovas filed those plans, and I believe Cabrini and Eastern has filed those, but that's the only reason the county said what they said. And I'm not sure the county ever got a copy of the planning letter that was provided with the township from the planner on behalf of the school. So I don't know whether that would have made any difference. I think they just said, well, the black and white says that this is some part of the criteria, and therefore we don't recommend approval. But I don't think that criteria really makes a lot of sense for these types of schools. You have Sacred Heart Academy, you have St. Aloysius, you've got this school. Long range planning, the way that and why this was put in here, because this came up during various Villanova projects, is to make sure that the township has some sense and to force the large institutions to provide some transparency about what they plan to do going down the road. But that was their only reason. And local township planning commission didn't have an issue with it.
My other quick question is, so you mentioned that you currently have, I guess, 64 students and you'll be going to 70 something next year. How much, if you expand to this property, how many more students will you be able to accommodate? And how will you manage the traffic coming on and off to the properties?
So again, the current enrollment is 67. They are looking at about 74 students being anticipated for next year. The intent of the school is that they wouldn't exceed 12 to 14 students in any particular grade. So that would get you into about the 108, 126 range if you were to hit the 14 per grade. But right now what's happening is that they didn't previously have an 8th grade. The students are moving up, and obviously it will be desirable for the students to finish 8th grade at this location before they move into the high school. So that's one of the things that they're looking to address. But again, they're not looking to have a ginormous school here. I think, again, the thought is that they would like to accommodate 12 to 14 per grade, but there's no guarantee that they would even, get that enrollment. Obviously, it depends on how many families choose to come to the school, and, they certainly hope that they continue to do so.
Jack, do you have those numbers? Oh, sorry.
I do, and bearing in mind that I'm calculating these on the fly and I'm a lawyer, not a mathematician, Radnor's millage is, well, it doesn't matter. The school district's millage is 25.5659, it looks like, for a total annual cost of $20,973.
So the school board's going to lose at least 60 grand they're going to lose 60 grand, lose 20 grand a year plus after 3 years. Am I correct, Ms. Joan?
Well, they would lose 21,000 per year.
Yeah, after 3 years. Am I correct on that, Mrs. Joan?
Based on that calculation, it certainly seems correct. But again, if there are, I guess, students who are attending the school in lieu of the public school in Radnor Township, there is cost that's offset by that.
Okay. Would the additional students create more traffic and down, Roberts Road?
I would presume that additional students would mean additional traffic to the school. My understanding is that the school currently does not have any traffic issues, and that they believe, it can all be accommodated.
Okay. Yeah. Now my question was if it would add to more traffic. Do you currently pay Radnor Township for use of their school buses or not?
Josh, do you know the answer to that question?
For this school year, we have not been using any of the school buses.
Okay. If you do use the school buses, would you pay Radnor for it, or is that just something the school district would provide to you?
Well, the parents who live in Radnor Township are paying Radnor Township taxes, but they're not paying separately above and beyond that for the school buses.
That wasn't my question. My question is, if Radnor school buses drop students off at your school, do you pay the school district for use of those buses?
The school does not. The parents who live in Radnor do.
Sean, the
So,
state,
no. Yeah, let me
well,
just
the
start.
state
Get to my point.
the state requires that the school district bus the students to whatever private school they're going to.
Got it.
That's a requirement.
So an additional loss of $20,000 a year, we'd also be having to bus, or pardon me, the school district would also have to bus more students to that location. Am I correct?
Not completely.
Okay, well,
in that presumably this is very much a net positive to the school district because they have at least 9 fewer students to educate, which presumably costs more than $2,500 per year per student.
Well, that's not really correct, because while it's true that they don't have to educate those students anymore, they're not necessarily going to be able to dismiss a teacher and realize that savings. Obviously, there's union agreements that prevents them from doing that, but also it's unlikely that all of the students who you would take would be from the exact same class. Even if they were, I doubt that those 9 students would enable the school to reduce that marginal cost. And of course, they're not going to be able to reduce the cost of their existing building, their debt service, any of the other fixed costs that they have. Until you get to a break point, you don't see any reduction in cost for the school district when they can say, hey, we no longer have to build that additional building for our middle school, or we no longer have to hire the additional teacher, or we can downsize our staff once we have a retirement, or whatever.
That all sounds very logical, and I agree with you that there's a tipping point. We don't know where that tipping point is on a grade by grade basis, but at some point there is a student that's a tipping point that prompts an extra class to be necessary.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, you guys may, by removing 9 students from the school district, end up saving hundreds of thousands of dollars because you actually are the tipping point. But on your own, those 9 students will not. The point I'm trying to make is that they will not on their own create a savings necessarily.
Let me ask you, why 3 years? Why 3, not 5, not 10? Why 3?
We're just extending that as a time frame that we think is a reasonable position to put forward. We wanted to articulate a specific time frame, and we felt that was a reasonable one to state. We are going to be spending heavily on a number of improvements which will help with drainage, with water retention and things of that sort, which are again net benefit to the area, to the surrounding neighbors and so on. But to answer your question, we felt that was an appropriate number to put forward.
Are you planning on doing those changes to the property in the 4th year? There's a reason for 3 years. I just want, what is it? Besides,
No,
like, you just pulled it out of the air.
we're not planning on any changes in the 4th year. No, we have no plans to make any changes to the property other than the driveway move and the grading and the landscaping and impervious improvements, the water improvements that Jamie John had described.
So you figure you can afford to do it for 3? Can you afford to do it for 5, for 10? I'm just 3's. I mean, it's a good number, but why? Why not more? Because that's a lot of money for the school to lose.
It is. We felt that was a number that would.
I don't mean your school. I mean the school district. I'm sorry. Why?
We were looking at the costs associated with the interior improvements to the school, the exterior work, and we felt that was an amount of a time frame that we could put forward and have this be economically practical for us.
So that's it. It's not okay. So that's what you could afford. That's all. I just wanted to see what was 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry. Sean,
sorry,
go ahead.
because Jack kind of jumped in. So my question, I guess this is to John Rice. So if Delaware County Planning said no, if this board says no, the next steps would be for them to go to zoning, or would this be a flat out appeal to the courts at Delaware County? John Rice.
Sean, this is a legislative decision, and if the board doesn't approve it, there really is no appeal from it. It's totally discretionary with the board. This is not a zoning hearing board matter. And on the issue of tax exemption, they would have to, whether it's 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years, they have to affirmatively apply for that. And if they apply for that, the school district, the county, the township can all take a position. There's a standard that has to be met to get a tax exemption. And, that's something that is not 100% guaranteed. But that would be something that the board could address down the road. The county could address, the school district could address it and challenge a tax exemption. There's a pretty established standard for nonprofits. They don't all automatically get tax exemption.
This is a school, John. I mean, I don't doubt that this is an educational institution, unlike other ones in our township. I won't name. And I believe that their core is what it is. It's a education. It's a school. I just don't think that we need, as a board, to keep making these, to keep granting this. So that said, my vote's going to be no on this, and that's all I have to say. Thanks.
So I'm going to pick up on a point that I think Kathy, well, I don't know that she was trying to make it or not, but it jogged a question. Do you have a 5-year plan for the school?
So the school is now in its 6th year.
Well, I mean, I know, but I mean, usually you recreate the 5-year plan every couple of years. So, over the next 5 years, what are you envisioning your enrollment size to be?
So we don't anticipate that the enrollment would exceed 12 or so students per grade. We think that the small class size is something that is a unique attribute of the school. Some of the classes are as little as 4 or 5 students, and some are 12, 13 students. We do ultimately hope that we would have a consistent fill out of each of the grades. And that's very much within our plan. As we've progressed and matured the school over the last 6 years, we would look to continue to do that, but ultimately to have more evenness in filling out all the grades of the school, as well as to expand to that additional grade at this point.
And if one of the other properties that are sandwiched in between the two schools went onto the market, is it something you guys would be interested in purchasing?
So both those two properties are effectively both flag lots to the rear of this property. One has a shared driveway with the property. The other has its own driveway on the other side of the property. We do not have an interest in purchasing either of those. So this is the extent of our desire or intent to have increased use of the property that we bought a little over a year ago. We don't have a desire to purchase any additional adjacent land.
So the school's vision as of today is to maintain just 2 properties.
The two adjacent properties that are contiguous. That's right. And some of the benefits of this are that right now we have teachers who are rotating from grade to grade from classroom to classroom as they're teaching their subjects. This will allow each teacher to have, or more teachers to have dedicated classrooms that will allow for us to have a school library and things of that sort. So it gives us a lot more elbow room within the school for the grades that we do have.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Josh, with this additional property, if approved, what is the number of students that you can get up to in the entirety between the current school property and this new house? Does it give you the possibility to reach your top number?
It would certainly give us more elbow room to do that. So that might be 105, 110 students as a top range that we would anticipate there.
John, John Rice, I'm sorry, if they were to petition for nonprofit status or their exempt status in 3 years, does it, I guess, maybe I'll say it look favorably for us that they've already gone 3 years without asking for that?
I'm not sure that would matter, Lisa. Like I said, it can be contested, and sometimes when you contest a tax exemption, you end up with a pilot agreement or something like that. A tax exempt case involves how the facility is being run, the number of students it's taking out of the public school system. Is it taking some burden off of the current school system or public facilities. So, I mean, there's a case that they would have to make. I don't, it's likely that since it's a school, they have a good shot at doing it, but it doesn't mean it can't be contested and negotiated. I don't know that the 3-year promise of paying taxes is going to make that much difference, because the county board of assessment will just look at the standard for tax exemption, and whether they meet it or not.
Mr. Tickton and Ms. June, have you considered offering a pilot as part of this, when we have other properties that have gone from, where schools have come in and they have offered a pilot and pay a pilot? Have you considered that?
I mean, we have been in discussions with the county representative as well as the school board solicitor. And that is something that we have considered. Obviously, it's not related to or exchange of this map amendment, but we have had that discussion with the school board. We have also discussed the 3-year, holding off for the 3-year with the school board. They have, been on and off with their communications with us, but again, that's something that has been discussed, but it's not anything that we're offering, at this time.
Thank you.
Is there any additional commissioner comment?
I do have one question. This might be for Kevin or John Rice. If we are to approve a zoning change and this becomes PI, does it get reassessed? And does that change the tax base up or down in any way?
I'm not sure the rezoning itself will trigger a reassessment. If building permits get issued or improvements are made to the property, that will probably trigger the county to look at it. Kevin, I'm assuming we send building permit information to the county on a regular basis, and then that triggers the county to send an assessor out. That's usually the way yeah.
Correct. That's how the county gets notified when we send copies of the building permit applications.
But the zoning change itself, I mean, the county tax office isn't going to get notice of that. They look at improvements, and then they'll come out and look, and they'll do whatever research they do in order to reassess if they're going to reassess.
Any additional commissioner comments? Is there any staff comment? Public comment. Mr. I'm going to say Struck and ask you to correct me. You are up.
All right. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Thank you. My name is Brian Strike, and I live at 205 Cornell Drive in Bryn Mawr in Radnor Township. Cornell Drive is the community just east of and bordering on the Classical Academy property off of South Roberts Road. And my home is 5 properties away from the school to the east on Roberts. I appreciate your taking the time to take public comment on this issue. South Roberts Road is a quiet street about 2 miles long that connects Conestoga Road to the east to Ithan Avenue to the west. It is not really used as a through street. It has 2 large planned institutional properties, the now closed Presbyterian Village Complex and the St. Edmund's School for Children. The current Classical Academy property and the property that they look to rezone is very different from these other 2 PI properties, as the Academy is on just under 3 acres of land versus 25 to 50 acres of the other area PI properties. And they are directly on Roberts Road with minimal setback. And while the Classical Academy backs to the very large Sacred Heart Academy property to the south and the Village property to the north, the remainder of the neighborhood is all around single-family residential properties on 1/2 to 2 acre lots. I'll start by saying that I have not had any problems with the presence of the school there or the previous school, the Clark School for the Deaf, They've been good neighbors, and the additional traffic from the 60 or 70 students and staff is not a burden to this quiet street. I'm here this evening speaking to you to oppose the request of the Classical Academy to rezone the property at 461 South Roberts Road from R1 to planned institutional. The 461 property road is a large 4-bedroom, 4-bath, single-family house of nearly 6,000 square feet, built over 100 years ago on almost 2 acres of land that borders directly on South Roberts Road and is surrounded by other single-family homes, except to the east where it borders the Classical Academy. I'm not opposed to the school expanding into that property or modestly increasing the size of the school to accommodate a couple of additional grades. However, I think they should do this by seeking a zoning variance with the zoning hearing board and not seeking to rezone the residential property. I understand that the school administrators have stated their desire to use the 461 property essentially as it is without significant visible changes. However, by rezoning the property to planned institutional, nothing is stopping the school, or more importantly, future owners of the property from making significant by right changes on the now much larger, nearly 5-acre combined property. These by right changes would almost certainly not be consistent with the quiet suburban neighborhood that is here now. As a reminder, by right development of a PI zone property would include a similar school or institution for academic development, a convent, monastery, church, a similar religious institution, dormitories, a student infirmary, rectory, or parish house, and special exceptions could be obtained to develop any similar institutional use, including a museum, institutional home for children, the aged, indigent, mentally ill or handicapped, a medical or health facility, a convalescent home, nursing home, or similar health facility. The rezoning of this property is also inconsistent with Radnor's PI District Code 280-68A, which states every lot on which a building is erected or used shall have an area of not less than 10 acres. It also can't comply with the PI setback requirements of not less than 120 feet. As noted in the Delaware County Planning Commission opinion from last year, there's also a Radnor Code 280-72, which requires a comprehensive long-term plan to be submitted. I have not seen that plan, and it is supposed to be public. They have also noted that this change is not consistent with the township's comprehensive plan, which says, quote, as stated in the 1988 plan, comma, limit expansion of institutional uses to areas within present limits of the campus areas, which are zoned institutional districts, end quote. The Classical Academy is an expensive niche boutique school, and I hope that it is successful and remains there for the long term. However, it is likely that they will either continue to be successful and grow and soon outgrow the property, or like many businesses in Radnor lately, including the previous school that was there, not continue to succeed and be forced to close, either way leading to the sale of the property. That is where the unnecessary rezoning can and most likely would hurt the neighborhood, opening the door to unwanted by right development that is not consistent with the existing properties and neighborhood. The zoning hearing board always looks to determine the minimum needed accommodation when they're evaluating requests for waivers, variances, etc. I would recommend that this board do the same. I suggest that the rezoning is not the minimum accommodation needed here, and that they should simply seek a variance from the zoning hearing board. That would be the minimum accommodation needed to expand the school into that space while protecting the character of the neighborhood in the long term. I would not oppose a variance if they requested one from the zoning hearing board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Nay. Motion passes, motion fails 1-6. Thank you guys very much. Moving on to the next item. We are going back to item.
Aye.
Thank you. Aye. Resolution number 2021-64, authorizing the engineering department to receive sealed bids for the 2021 Super Pave resurfacing project. I will so move. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Steve Norsini, can you tell us about this?
Commissioner, thank you. This is our annual resurfacing program. And as part of this, there is an Exhibit A, which was recently revised. But basically, this shows the streets being put forth, as well as follow-up paving on, as we've discussed in past years, on roads that have a single lane pave due to the utility work. So the roads are listed as a to and from. Full width means both lanes. Obviously, single lane means we're repaving a single lane where the utility companies came through. They've met their requirement per the ordinance, and we are now following up to give the residents a full pavement, a full width pavement. This is funded by state liquid fuel funds and the township's funds. Comes out of the state liquid fuels account. The project is budgeted at $1,250,000 for approximately roughly almost 7 miles of road paving. And if anybody has any questions, I can gladly go over that with you.
So Steve, I'm totally all for this. I have some questions and I know that you're aware of the questions. So we've had so much work done over in Beaupre and many of those roads are on this list. So when you say single lane, that's a single lane that the other side, the other lane has already been repaired by the contractor. And then what about some of the roads that aren't on this list? I'm not trying to be greedy, but
Okay, so let's look at Devonwood Road. So Devonwood is only now the contractor is not even complete, but sometime this summer, Devonwood will have a single lane paved on the south side. So this program would take that remaining lane and pave that and follow up the utilities. Similar with Forest Road, Radnor Street Road, South Devon. Again, South Devon, they're not complete on, but there's almost a half a mile of South Devon that would be paved a single lane under this project. Similarly, Yorkshire Road, Aqua was the only one that worked there, whereas there's other portions of Wildhaven where both Aqua and Pico were. They're going to be required to pave the entire street. But Wildhaven currently, from Morrow Bridge down to the gates, only had Aqua Pennsylvania in there. So when they're done, they would pave that one single lane. And then the plan would be to follow that up in 2022. Again, and any other streets in there, whether it be Holly Bush, that only had one lane done by the utility, we follow up and go through there.
so we can't do those until 2022 just because it's not, we don't have the budget or.
So based on the bidding climate, we may physically be able to. So what I could offer Commissioner Borowski, the rest of the board and the manager is, so in this project, we did not put fallouts, meaning streets. If you, in the memo, I note, if the bidding climate is not favorable to us, we would have to delete roads based on their condition. But what we can do, if it so pleases the rest, yourself and the rest of the board, is add that one section of Wildhaven on, either as a fallout or just in line with all the others. If the bidding comes in favorable to the township, we do all the roads. If it doesn't, we have to go through these roads and basically remove one or two, or whatever it takes to get within budget that are in the best shape, if that makes sense. So we can add Wildhaven single lane from Morrow Bridge to Ithan Avenue.
Okay, well, I will assure you that none of the roads in Beaupre are good. So if we could, continue to look at that, to assess. They've, and I know there's other areas of the township where similarly this, utility work has been not only an inconvenience, although it is getting new infrastructure, and I understand that, but what is left behind is really, a patchwork mess of the street. So anything we can do to kind of keep that moving forward and
So
get those streets done would be great.
I asked Mr. Rice, can I amend this exhibit, Mr. Rice, basically verbally right now with approval of the board to add the street I noted?
Yes, you can.
Thank you, Solicitor. So then I would recommend to the board that I would add Wildhaven Road, single lane paving from Wild Bridge to Ithan Avenue to the road list.
So you said that faster than I could write it down, so I'm just going to say I move for the amendment as Steve Norsini just described it. Is there a second?
Yeah.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion seems to pass unanimously.
Thank you.
I have another addition. I can't find the list, but Belrose Lane around the turn there, Steve, has been from King of Prussia Road to Glen Mary has not been repaved, even though the rest of the area was. I'd like to get that on there as well.
So Commissioner, that is on the list. We have Belrose Lane, full width paving from Glen Mary to King of Prussia.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Any other commissioner comment? Staff comment?
Just real
Public
quickly,
comment?
I'm sorry,
Please.
President Larkin, if we could, Steve, could you just step through the timing? How long will this be out to bid, and when will we be back with an award?
Yes, sir. So now that we have board approval, the plan would be to get this bid out this week. And I'll talk to Melissa Kahn, who's one of her many titles is bid coordinator, and see how quickly we can get that back. Hopefully to award in August, which is very tight because our paving season ends October 31st. So the long-term goal or the short-term goal is these roads would have to be paved by October 31st. If we ran into a snafu with weather, temperatures, or something along those lines, or if the bids had to be, if it had to be rebid, we would request PennDOT to carry over. But the goal is to get these roads paved by the end of October.
Any public comment? I'll call the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item J, 3J, resolution number 2021-55, engaging McCarthy and Company CPAs for Act 511 business tax auditing services. I will so move. Is there a second?
Second.
Any commissioner comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment? I will call the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion.
Nay.
Okay, there we go. All opposed say nay. Rich says nay. Motion passes 6-1. Moving on to resolution number 2021-62, appointment of deputy tax collector. I will so move. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. I'll say I'm unhappy with how we got here in this process, but we're required by law to have a deputy tax collector. Commissioner Borowski has stressed to me that Ms. Dowd is going to do a great job in the position, so I've got no objections to her being the tax collector. And I want to reiterate that the frustrations that I have vented, frankly, is probably the best word, in previous meetings are not in any way meant to reflect on her. She's not responsible for any of the things that I've been complaining about thus far. So I'll vote yes.
Can I just quickly, before we do that, can I just ask now, have we decided on the process? What is the process moving forward for this to happen in the future so that there is a transparency that we need? Is it that, and also my other question is, when does the deputy tax collector take over the duties of the treasurer? Like, when does that happen? And is there some sort of, is the board made aware of that? Is staff made aware? How does that happen? So that, I know they're not really related to the appointment, but they're related to the job. So I have those two questions.
So
I'm going to kick this to John.
yeah, and I mean, the township finance office works pretty close with the tax collector, but the deputy tax collector is there primarily in the event that the tax collector becomes incapacitated, is unable to do the job. That's why the statute was amended 5 or 6 years ago. There was always a provision in the local tax collection law for the appointment of a deputy tax collector. Some large municipalities where tax collectors actually do everything hire employees, and they need to appoint deputies. This situation in Radnor is a little different because the township provides support and has a person that in the past, Amy Lacy, has stepped in as sort of like a deputy tax collector. It's my understanding that's not going to happen anymore, but if there was a need for someone like Amy Lacy to help out, then she should be appointed a deputy tax collector also. But I don't think Bill expects that to happen. But primarily it's for incapacitation in case a tax collector becomes ill. And it's happened, and there's been no deputy, and you end up, in a court proceeding. So there should always be someone in the wings. Most cases are not going to do, there's not a whole lot for that person to do as a deputy. But that's the primary reason under the statute for it.
And the deputy serves until they decide they don't want to serve anymore. So if there's a change in who the treasurer is, does the person continue on as the deputy, or does the new person get to appoint a new deputy?
New person. The deputy is appointed by the elected tax collector with approval by the surety and the township. If that position changes, and that'll change in this election cycle, since the current tax collector is not running, so the new tax collector will have the opportunity to appoint his or her own deputy. But there should be notification to administration, there should be notification to the board. It should be on the agenda in the form of a fairly simple resolution, which is what's in front of you tonight. And that's the procedure. I also have I have some other information I've sent to Bill, just generally about some of the other requirements. I think Moira has suggested that there ought to be a document that says, if you want to run for this office, here are the requirements, because there are some other requirements, such as, there's some restrictions on compensation, when it gets set, how it gets set, what it includes. There's a reporting requirement under the local tax collection law. And if you want to run, there's things you have to file with your nominating petition, such as a background check, with the state police. So I have all that information now. We've sort of dug into that. I'm going to have something that I can provide to Bill and circulate to the board. So someone that wants to run in the future, or whoever the next new tax collector is, has all the requirements in front of them. So there's no confusion.
Great. And I know the last time I had asked, because, and I likened this to when I was appointed to the school, when I, elected to the school board, I went through training. Is there training that the treasurer would go through, or is it, you can provide this documentation, or this is what needs to happen, just so, everyone starts out with the same level of information as to, what needs to happen with regards to the job beyond the day-to-day of the job, I guess.
The statute, Lisa, has mandatory training for elected tax collectors. And if you don't do the training after you're elected or before you're elected, then the office is considered vacant. So it's mandatory. There's a statewide elected tax collectors association. The person who's the president of that is a Bucks County person who I happen to know. She's the Plumstead Township tax collector. I've talked to her about this, you know, and what the requirements are. So DCED puts out the training materials, and it's mandatory. You know, so I don't know what the criteria is, but I think for at least 5 or 6 years, it's anybody new as of 6 years ago had to go through the mandatory. If you were in the position, and some tax collectors are in the position for 20, 30 years in some municipalities, you did not have to do that. But so that's there, and that information's available. That should be available for anybody that, you know, comes into office.
So is it now that somebody who wants to run for the position really should seek counsel with the township staff to best understand everything that is required around what they need when you're filing and that kind of information? Yes.
Yeah, and that, I think that's the purpose that that was discussed previously, that Bill will have something, you know, that's fairly straightforward with some dates and deadlines, so that anybody that's, you know, comes through and asks, you know, there'll be a handout, there'll be a sheet of paper, there'll be something for folks to look at that are interested and what the requirements are.
Great. Thank you.
I just asked a quick question. So was there an investigation to make sure everything was kosher, so to speak, that there wasn't any kind of issues when it came to bonding or licensure, or everything like that?
Yeah, well, there wasn't an investigation. I think Bill had asked for the information. Bill got the information about the CLE courses, about the background. You know, the bonding's in place. The bond that the elected tax collector, when that gets posted for that individual, it carries over to any deputies that get appointed.
Was the township ever at risk, or do they have any exposure? That's my question.
Well, if the deputy tax collector was performing job duties of the office, and the surety had not signed off on the appointment, theoretically, I guess there's some risk there. You know, because that, before assuming that office and doing any of the duties, all deputies have to get the sign off from the surety and from the township.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any additional commissioner comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment?
Do we just want to give Linda a chance to say hi or something like that? I can see she's on.
That's a short introduction.
Hi. Hi, after the 4th meeting that I've sat through for you guys, so your short meetings that you have. I think I've said before that I have a long history of 30 years of accounting and treasury and finance experience. Obviously, I will act as deputy, hopefully, if confirmed this evening. And hopefully Catherine is not incapacitated, so that we won't need anything serious, but I am ready to step in, and will do so. So thank you.
Great. Calling the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion passes, I think
Unanimously.
unanimously. Perfect. Moving on to item 3L, authorization to solicit capital lease RFPs to purchase 8 1200 vehicle barrier system units with hydraulic trailer. I will so move. Is there a second?
Second.
I'm assuming Stephen Orsini, but I could be wrong about that.
Now, I'll do a quick intro, and then we've got Bob Tate here to talk about the financing side, and then Chris Flanagan and Kevin Gallagher from the police side. This is an item that we had included in the capital plan, but given the price of it, of an outright purchase, what we elected to do, or what we're bringing before you tonight, is the option to do a capital lease, which is similar to how we have acquired some of our more expensive pieces of rolling equipment. This would, so tonight would actually be the authorization to go out and solicit for capital lease pricing. Once we get that pricing back, the next step in the legislative process would bring this back in front of the board for execution of that capital lease and the purchase. What we're hoping to do tonight is answer any questions that the board have, or give a quick 1 or 2 minute overview about what the item is, because it's a little unique versus some of the other things that we buy on a regular basis, and then answer any questions that the board has. So with that, if it's okay, I'd like to hand it off to the police department to step through what the actual barriers are and what they do.
Thank you, Mr. White. Commissioners, we have before you, we'd like to purchase, once financing is secured and with your approval, 8 Archer vehicle mitigation barriers. And we have a quick slide, and ask Kevin Gallagher to bring it up, who did research on the model, so that we can give you a visual on that. The memo from our office does include some mechanics of this device. These 8 devices would be shared with Lower Merion Township. They currently purchased 8. We decided to work together. They purchased 8. Hopefully we'll be given permission to purchase 8, and we use them as a shared resource for that. And I'm going to quickly turn it over to Kevin to give that description of the Archer 1200.
Good evening, Commissioners. Kevin Gallagher for the Police Department. This is the Archer 1200 barrier system. It's a portable system. It's unanchored. It's designed to be just a drop and stop type of barrier system for hostile vehicle mitigation. And they can be deployed on roadways and hard surfaces. These barriers are non-lethal to drivers and minimize deadly shrapnel spray, impacting this type of barrier versus striking like a dump truck or a trash truck that we currently use. They are reusable even if they are impacted by a vehicle, and they do come with a lifetime warranty. We use the term hostile vehicle mitigation. It's a generic term. We refer to protective measures employed to prevent a vehicle breach or penetration into a secured area or event. These breaches are not necessarily intentional. They can be the result of a vehicle operator suffering a medical emergency while driving. It could be an accident outside of a secure area that diverts a vehicle into that secure area. Or it could just be operator error, hitting a gas pedal thinking it's a brake pedal. And just going back 3 months, some of the events we've seen. March 5th, 2021, crash sends a car barreling into outdoor dining area in Manhattan, 8 people hurt. March 26th, outdoor diners injured when a vehicle crashes into an Alameda restaurant. April 30th, 1 dead, 2 hurt after a car plows into a New York City outdoor dining area. May 12th, 8 people injured after a car hits outdoor dining area in Northern Liberties, Philadelphia. In June, we've actually had 2 in Radnor Township. So on June 5th, this is the rear of 201 East Lancaster Avenue, vehicle into a building. And as you can see here, the building did suffer significant damage. The driver in this reportedly was pulling into a parking spot and mistakenly accelerated onto the sidewalk and into this building. Luckily, no one was there. After I put this presentation together, June 11th, Cabrini College, 610 King of Prussia Road. we had a vehicle into Xavier Hall. Xavier Hall is one of the student dorms. Luckily, this was after graduation. The building was unoccupied. The operator reported pulling into a parking space, attempting to brake and place the vehicle in park. She stated the vehicle malfunctioned. It continued to accelerate down a grass hill and into a building, causing significant damage. So the system consists of 8 barriers, if you look, which is right here. These 8 barriers, it has an Archer hauler and tow bar, which are used to deploy this. And then 8 arresting, what they call arrestor cables, which allows the individual barriers to be tethered to each other. One person can set these barriers up in approximately 10 minutes. They do not need to use any power or heavy equipment to do that. As the chief had mentioned, Lower Marion Township currently has this system, 8 barriers. They will partner with us, which will allow us to have 16 barriers for use in any event that we have. And just talking about some of the events. We're looking at the Fall Festival, the Music Fest. Some of the unplanned events we had was the NCAA Basketball Championships. But we, in previous times, we've used the trash trucks, dump trucks to block streets, and it's going to take it down and look something like these here. And I think the best way to describe it is we have a video that shows this. Very short, but it pretty much covers everything.
And commissioners, just to keep it going, I think you understand there's a little bit more, but watch this impact. And what we'll do just to keep it moving is, Kevin, we'll just advance this forward and turn it. Here's the one we did want to show you. And they're using the side show. And just to keep this moving, Kevin, we'll go to the advance. We're good. I think you see what it is. I'll just stop there. They're designed to protect people, and that's our main goal.
Thank you, guys. Just real quickly on the financing side, Bob, if you'll permit me, the outright purchase of the unit, the trailer, and the dolly to deploy them, just a shade under 83,000. It was part of what we had been planning for capital. But it just seems, given that these barriers have a very, very long useful life, lifetime warranty, that capital leasing makes the most sense, especially given that interest rates are extremely low still. And this will allow us to spread out the 83,000 over 5 to 7 years instead of putting out the full cash right now. So that's why, normally we would have, or under normal circumstances, we'd be here tonight just asking for the outright purchase. But I think the capital leasing is going to give us a little bit more flexibility on the cash side. And that's why we're recommending that tonight. Oh, and also just, I know the chief touched on it, but we've got some large events with the Fall Festival and the Music Festival, some of the things in Wayne, and some of Tammy's larger events throughout the township that touches, pretty much every park. That the deployment of the garbage trucks was always done out of necessity. We'd hate to have a situation where if we do have someone lose control or worse, take out a $150,000 to $200,000 garbage or trash truck. This way they take out a barrier that's guaranteed or is under full warranty. So we'll get it replaced if there's any damage to it. So if the worst should happen and someone should hit one of these, the impact to the township in terms of our fleet is we'll be a lot better off. We're not replacing a full vehicle in addition to the unit.
Okay.
Bill, can I ask a couple questions? So is that 83,000 going to be split between Lower Marion and us, or is it really 166,000?
Yeah, the 83,000 is for the 8 barriers that we're buying. So the Lower Marion incurred the same cost on their end. So the total for 16 of them is 165,000.
So if we buy more, there's a cost savings there. Is that correct? Or why is it? So it's 83 and 83, but why are we doing this with Lower Marion?
Well, I mean, the chief can fill in any blanks, but from my perspective, it's instead of Radnor Township buying 16 at 160 or 165,000, we'll buy 8. Lower Marion buys 8, and then
if we need extra, okay.
Yeah.
So we'll store 8. Where will we store them? Because they seem pretty big. And I guess, but we're not like they're all 16 aren't going to be together. It's going to be split up, 8 in one township, 8 in another. We're just curious, where will they be stored? Because it seems pretty big.
We'll either put them at the township garage once the trailer comes in, or by the police station, just depending on where it goes.
Honestly, though, during outdoor dining season, I see us having these deployed pretty much every day. Wherever the highest concentration of outdoor dining and vehicles are at.
Okay, so we could brand them as well with our logo on there too. That shouldn't be too much, right? A couple of decals. And then
the known to put their decals on.
Yeah, just on a thing or two. And then one more quick question. This is great. And I think it's going to add to safety. But it seems that other townships may need it if they don't have it. Is that something that we would, if Havertown or Marple or Springfield had a sidewalk event, would we loan? Is that something that we would consider loaning out to them? Would they ask? Is that something that if the township isn't using one day, they could in theory rent it or loan it out? I just didn't know if they're not being used, if they're sitting idle, what can we do so they don't sit idle is my question.
Sure. Yeah, I don't want to speak for the police department, but I would have no problem so long as, Radnor comes first.
Sure.
But I think the police departments in this whole region do a good job of helping each other out with these events and sharing resources when needed. So, Chris, anything there?
Commissioner Fari, I think we would consider it, to Mr. White's point, Radnor's always first. Number 2 is I don't know of anybody who has these. So I think Lower Marion's already used them, and we would just work in tandem with them. If it's a small event, just one street, basically it's 1 to 2 per lane on the width of the street. So we could be able to handle with just our 8 where we would deploy them. And as Mr. White said, if we have something long-term or say a sewer emergency, we would deploy these and put them up for safety. Not a 1-hour dig, but if we had a 24-hour operation, we could put 1 or 2 of these up to protect the workforce. So there's a lot of opportunities to use them as we get used to putting them in service.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it, Chief.
Just one quick question. Is our purchase of these contingent on Lower Marion buying theirs? Is it a joint purchase, or is it just agreement after we get them, if we get them?
We had a concept. They did purchase them. So they have theirs already. So we would be just supporting them or vice versa. We weren't attached because obviously we needed commissioner approval, but the concept was to not buy too many, keep it as responsible as possible and share resources.
Thank you.
How long are we leasing them for?
Well, the lease term, we typically look at 5 to 7 years. For capital leases, financial institutions usually cap the term somewhere in that window. They don't like to go out a whole lot longer. So that'll probably be the window that we're looking at, where we get the lowest interest rate, and be able to spread the cost out.
And then after that time, what happens?
Oh, that's a really good question. So for capital leases, at the end of those, the asset becomes the property of the township. So we will own it free and clear once the 5 or 7 lease payments are done.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yeah. So it's not an operating lease where at the end of the term, we have to either replace or turn back. It actually, it becomes an asset of the township. We own it free and clear.
Is that a fixed rate we get, Bill, or is that a variable rate?
I mean, it's
Sorry,
going
Kathy, I
to
didn't mean
depend
to
on
cut
how
you
they
off.
bid or how they respond to the RFP. You know, ultimately what we'll look at in evaluating them is the lowest total interest cost. Financial institution A may quote 5 different rates. Financial institution B may quote 1 flat rate. And we'll compare the two based on the total interest cost and determine which one's more affordable. Sorry, Bob, these are for you to answer. I'm just jumping right in because I miss it.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Chris
Chris
and Bob,
what we're going for.
Chris and Bob, then, there seems to be some inconsistencies here. So when do you want to use these things? What are these things for now?
So they're to avoid pedestrians being struck, buildings being struck, either from an active aggressor who would attempt to cause damage at a large scale event, or to simply provide safety for, like I said, workforces, whatever it may be, or a stagnant restaurant setup where we could block people from entering a sidewalk or vehicles. And as Kevin Gallagher stated, many of these are actually accidents that this help does. At our large scale event, we've used many municipal vehicles. You'll still see some because there's a lot. I mean, our events now are getting bigger and bigger, but the main pedestrian area, the one thing we did not touch on is if you saw the way the pedestrians walk through, if you put a dump truck and a trash truck together, it limits the ability of pedestrians to evacuate an area should there be a fire or other type of emergency. These devices also help clear the area to make it safer should we have an emergency or have to shut something down. So it's one thing we didn't list. So that's what we'll use them for. Any type of community event that we want to block off or make a street safe from a vehicle entering it either aggressively or by accident.
Okay, so are you going to put them in front of the dorms? Did you say you're trying to block people from going into the walls in Wayne? What?
No, I apologize. So there was 2 news articles that I brought up. June 5th, we had a vehicle strike 201 East Lancaster Avenue, the rear of the building. Accident. They were trying to park.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have had that thing deployed there to stop that.
Correct, Commissioner. That is something that these accidents happen is what we're pointing out. People lose control.
And so basically what you seem to be saying is that where we use the trash trucks as a barricade, we won't use them anymore. So that kind of makes sense. But then I also heard Bill say we're gonna have them in Wayne where there's outdoor dining. So that would mean all up and down the entire street. And that would be three seasons. Is that what the plan is?
Yeah, the exact deployment we'll work with the WBA on. Immediately, they could replace the orange barriers that are up at the tent in Wayne now. If for nothing else, then improved safety, because the orange barriers will only do so much. These will do a much better job.
Yeah, but it seems like this is a solution in search of a problem. And there's are very heavy things. Obviously, it's a lot easier to put up the barricades for a temporary thing that have a couple guys do that than it is to move these things around. So it seems like is there anything else that you want to use these for?
Now, these will be used for the big events, and they can be used, as the chief pointed out, for other emergencies, anywhere where we need to separate moving vehicles from pedestrians and create a barrier. And respectfully, I think the video showed pretty clearly that deployment of these things is actually going to be quicker and easier than the deployment of the orange barriers.
Having not seen the orange barriers deployed, that looked like a really heavy lift to set these up, frankly. They're giant. They take a dolly and a cart and you're gonna hitch them back, it's gonna be in the back on a big engine. I mean, they're substantial. So I think it would probably, this isn't something you can just throw up because there's been an accident. You got to go get all the equipment to get it. So
I think one slide said they weighed 700 pounds.
yeah.
Right.
That
So
is
how do you
correct.
move
I mean,
them?
they have to serve their purpose, of course, but it doesn't seem like this would be an easy deployment. It would be a planned deployment for events and, long-term blocking.
How do you- how do
They
you
are
move them?
capable.
Sorry.
They are capable of an emergency deployment, say, just for work, to protect workers or something. That trailer, the one picture that had the trailer, part of those, you have your 8 barriers on there. They also have, it's like a dolly system. It is a one-person setup, and they move them around.
How do you move it for an emergency? Like you have to get an ambulance through. How does that work?
So actually, and they did show that a little bit in the video. We talked about, this also comes with what's called arrestor cables. So these barriers would be tethered together. You can have it wide enough for a vehicle to go through as long as that cable's there. You remove the cable to allow the emergency vehicle through. You put the cable back together. If a vehicle engages that cable, it will pull those barriers into the vehicle itself. But it is designed where you can set up entry and exit points for emergency vehicles.
So two of your examples of crashes into diners were of New York City. Is New York
I did
City?
a national check.
Excuse me?
I just did a national.
Yeah, is New York City now deploying these outside their dining areas?
I don't know. I do know that they've been used heavily in Florida. I've seen Miami Gardens, and LA uses them a lot. But I do not know if they're used in New York City.
Yeah, I mean, I view these as a need and not a want, and in this environment, it's hard for me to justify the overall cost. Just to use them for festivals and events. I mean, I would have to see more and understand more of the reasons why we need them, how often they're going to be used, why we can't use the barricades that we use in neighborhoods when we block off streets for neighborhood parties.
Sir, they don't really, they're only a visual blockade. As Mr. White said, the second they come in, if we're able to get them potentially in August, like we're hoping, maybe the delivery's a little quicker, they'll immediately be placed by the tent through November, with the exception of two or three moves that we would have, because there's a major, we're planning a music event with multiple thousands of people coming, where they'll be deployed on Lancaster Avenue and the surrounding streets. On the September, we have 2 fall events. And we have a Christmas Eve event. So all of those events right there, total about 6 or 7 just for 2021.
Isn't there a new tent up by DeBruno Brothers?
There is a tent there, as I understand it. It's temporary, but we would be able to protect our township property.
And that's in the parking lot. I mean, the other thing, if we're trying to keep pedestrians safe, we had a King of Prussia bridge strike again today, and we're still allowing pedestrians to walk under there.
Well, I don't disagree that that's a problem, but that's not the one we're trying to solve with these barriers.
Well, let's fix the ones that we know are getting hit every day and are real serious concerns.
We did, I mean, just not to get into that, but we did ask for that to be shut down. And it was overruled at the time. We did ask for that sidewalk to be shut down, and that is. We brought up about closing that pedestrian area because of the wires, and you would utilize the train underneath the walkway through their, I'll call it a tunnel, but the underpassage of the railway. And we still have conversations every day about the safety of that bridge. I think Commissioner Booker has led one of the biggest charges trying to make that safe.
But that's not a township decision, right, Chris? I mean, it's not up to us to make the decision on that sidewalk.
There is a debate on who owned it. I believe we put those barriers up. At one point in time, it was not barriered off. It was just an open sidewalk underneath there. And then we put the barriers, which are not completely handicap accessible. But the shutdown was taken off the table as a discussion, and we worked to have the wires removed from underneath the bridge.
Chris, is this budgeted for or not? Is this in the budget? Is this something that you plan for to buy, or is this just something that just came up?
That we made a budget request in the police department for this. We went through these numbers, had a plan, to share, like I said, share resources with Lower Marion, and then obviously it was put on hold due to the pandemic. And once we briefed Mr. White that we were open for business, we requested it be readdressed to see what options there are, because we would like to have the safest events possible, as I know the commissioners do.
Got it. So Bill or Bob, so this was approved in the budget prior to COVID, or this was kind of out limbo, it would have been approved? I guess Bill or Bob on that.
I'm verifying the exact figure now. We had it in the proposal. And
What year? Sorry.
for 2021,
Okay. No, when was it initially? 2020 or 2019?
No, it was 2021. But until we have a firm grasp on revenue numbers, which I sent out an update earlier today. We had suspended all of these types of capital purchases. So it's not something we were moving forward with until we knew where we were cash-wise. Even still, we had it in there as an outright cash purchase. I think spreading that payment out over 5 to 7 years gives us a little bit more flexibility and helps the overall capital plan if the board agrees to buy that the purchase is a good idea.
So it's $15,000 a year, basically.
It'll be somewhere in that.
Give or take. What? Yeah, 17.
and we budgeted to spend it outright at 85,000.
So that's all right. And these things last, so you don't even need to amortize them. It's a piece of metal. Got it. Thanks.
So it's now almost 11 o'clock. This is taking far too long. We're just asking whether the board wants to go out for an RFP. We're not going to buy them. We're not going to lend them to any other townships. We're just asking, do we want to do an RFP? Is there any staff comment? The understanding that like every member of staff has already commented on this. Is there any public comment? Hearing none, I'm going to call the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion passes 4-3. We're just doing RFP right now. Thank you all very much. We're going to move on to item 3M, ordinance number 2021-05, introduction, new handicap parking space in front of 166 Meredith Avenue. I will so move. Is there a second?
I'll second. I have a quick question.
Shoot.
So there's two, so is this going to replace, there was a handicap spot, I understand, on Meredith, and I believe that person is no longer around. Or is that handicap spot gonna disappear? and they're gonna move it down, or they're gonna be 2 handicap spots?
Commissioner, we are investigating that claim. We usually walk just to make sure there's no misconceptions. But as I understand right now on face value, that spot will be removed from our ordinance. It'll come before as a repealer, and then we're adding this in front of 166. So it should only be one on the street in theory. We're just doing confirmation.
Okay, because that's a real tight street. It's one way. It's got a bad corner. You know that it's hard to park anyway, and all right, all that good stuff. That's my question. Thanks.
Is there any commissioner comment? Is there any staff comment? Any public comment? Hearing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item 3N, motion to authorize the petition process for the West Wayne Cemetery. Commissioner Abel, continued from May 24th, 2021. I will so move. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Actually, I'm going to ask John Rice if you could give us some information about this, because this is more legal than anything else right now.
Well, the petition process, and we've discussed it before, and I think Commissioner Abel's familiar with what that process is. There needs to be a petition signed by 25 residents of the cemetery. I can prepare the petition to file with court, but the actual request by the 25 residents is going to need to be some kind of a game plan for doing that. I don't know, Jake, whether you've talked to, I know there's some folks that were interested in that cemetery over the last 10 years. But, once that's done, then, I'll have a petition ready to go. It'll need to be signed by really one of the residents. And then it can be filed in court. We'll get it in front of the court and then, present an order to the court in terms of, what we're looking for in terms of maintenance, limit on spending, that kind of thing. But I think if the board approves it tonight, then I'm going to need to work with Commissioner Abel and then the township staff to get this filed properly in Delaware County. This is an unusual proceeding. As we've spoken before, it's a 1921 statute, which is still on the books. And that will put maintenance responsibilities on the township, not ownership. So those maintenance responsibilities need to be spelled out in a court order. And I need to have that conversation with, with the staff in terms of, I know we're doing some maintenance now, but let's define it, what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, that type of thing. So this will authorize that all to begin if the board approves the filing of the petition. Any questions?
John, let me ask a quick question. So let's say a tombstone breaks in half and we own the cemetery now. Are we responsible to fix all these broken tombstones? I mean, what happens with that?
No, and we won't own it. That it's not ownership, Sean. It's maintenance, taken care of. We're going to have to insure it. The statute basically talks about cutting the grass and clearing the weeds and, that type of thing.
But what happens to the broken tombstones?
I think that's a policy decision that the township needs to decide whether they're going to try to repair or replace them, or there's volunteers that are willing to do that. We know there's many volunteer groups that take care of old cemeteries, and this certainly would qualify. You've got a lot of Civil War veterans and other.
Sure, and it's not that I'm unsympathetic. I mean, it's important that we honor it. I'm looking at this from a legal standpoint and from a financial standpoint. So you're saying that when we do work there, which we do anyway, it's not covered by our insurance, and we should seek additional insurance?
No, I didn't say that.
So why did you say that? we'd
Well,
have to
I'm
go
sa-
out and get more
I'm saying,
insurance.
once we have a court order that requires us to maintain it, then we need to make sure it's insured. I think we're probably already insured for doing the work that we do. But, we need to list this property on our insurance policy. Once we have
Right
a
now, I
court
don't
order.
think we have the property listed. We contract out the mowing, so it's, it's through their insurance company if anything were to happen.
Did we ever hear back from the church elders about whose property it is? Did you
There is
reach
no
out? Did
church.
you send letters?
There is no church elders.
So what was the name? What denomination is that church?
It's the First Baptist Church of Wayne, I think.
So is there a greater Baptist hierarchy in the area or nationally? And did we reach out to them?
Yes, and there's another group. They don't want any responsibility or involvement with this.
Sure. So we're stuck with it, basically.
That's why that statute exists, is what I think, because there's a lot of old cemeteries like this scattered throughout Pennsylvania, and the legislature decided to put it on local townships.
Sure. I'll just say this. We're doing the work already. I don't think that we should make it official, because then we have to take responsibility for it. And if the laws change on how to handle these type of cemeteries where, for instance, tombstones need to get fixed and it's ours, we could be liable to have to fix and do a lot more work associated with that, with not that cemetery, any cemetery. So I just don't see it as a, it's terrible because you do have, those are people's family members buried there, but I don't think it's the government's job to get involved in this.
John, just quickly, I mean, you and I spoke about this back when it was on the agenda before a while ago. And your feeling is that basically it is going to end up being our responsibility no matter what. And it's better for us to be in kind of on the ground floor with this so that we can set the parameters of our involvement, like cap how much we would spend and
Right.
what would be the, I guess, kind of the bare, I hate to say bare minimum because that sounds terrible, but, minimum maintenance that the township would provide. And then, I don't know, Commissioner Abel, if you're considering, if there's a, gathering a group and then how do we sustain a group that would be willing to go in and do volunteer work? I know we got a memo from Ted Pollard from the Historical Society, and they'd done something several years ago. And then, as people lose interest, it kind of falls off, I guess. Is that something we have set in place, before we go to court, or we have these ideas in our head? Is that, I don't know who I'm asking the question of. I don't know if I'm asking Jake or if I'm asking John.
Well, again, my involvement here was because I have 2 volunteer projects that I think would be close to getting off the ground. One is a cleanup effort, and 2 is a historical research piece. But I was told by the township I can't go in there and perform any of these projects without insurance for liability reasons. So that's why it's before you guys. I haven't given consideration to long term. I mean, it's a mess now. So I have groups ready to go right now, but nothing is planned long term.
But we'll own it long term, or well, not own it, but we'll be responsible long term.
Well, we're going to be responsible for it long term, whether we do this or not.
John, did you say one signature of the neighbors or 25? Wasn't it 25 signatures?
25 signatures. Yep.
Okay.
That's how the process gets initiated, 25 signatures. In fact, I don't even think it's residents. I think it's 25 people who live within 5 miles of the property. So I don't think you need 25 Radnor residents. If there's other folks within 5 miles, and then the petition basically is to the court to ask the court to enter an order requiring the township to maintain the cemetery. So, you know, for the board to approve it, you're basically agreeing that that's appropriate and you won't contest it. You know, I don't think you'd be able to contest it. I think you would get it. But it's a 25 signature request. It's got to be filed to trigger the whole process. And I'm willing to put the petition together. I'm not going to go door to door and look for 25 signatures. So I'm leaving that up to Commissioner Abel in his able hands. Or whoever whose arm he twists to help him with it. I don't know.
I don't think 25 is going to be a problem.
Yeah, I don't either. I think there's probably 25 members of the Historic Commission, but you know, it's an odd procedure, and I think we need to be there in front of the judge to explain it. I can't imagine there's many of these in 20 or 30 years in Delaware County. But it's on the books. I know of one that we've been involved with years ago in Bucks County. So, but we want a court order that's clear, you know, doesn't impose any additional liability on the township and limits, you know, what our obligation is.
John, does this set a precedent for any other defunct cemetery in the future?
No, it's not a precedent, Sean. It's just, the statute's there. So the statute's always going to be there. I mean, you know.
I think what John is saying is we want to go in, and because if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. That's how it works. So that we want to go in there and say what we want to be responsible for, because otherwise we're going to be responsible.
We
want to say, because when you read the statute, we're going to be stuck.
Yeah.
It's clear we're going to be stuck. So
Sure,
we want to go in and get a court order that we delineate and say, this is what we're responsible for.
I don't see it working like that, though. I think that's what you want until you're stuck with it, and then you own it. And if more churches fail, which may be the case in the future, you have one that was kind of teetering, like in Garrett Hill. But if more churches fail, you know, our responsibilities go up. I think that this is something that you just kick on down the road. I don't think that it's the business of government to go in and try to deal with these defunct cemeteries when we're handling them already. That's just my opinion.
Is there any additional commissioner comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion passes 6-1. Moving on to reports of standing committees. I hope that we can do that next time. Is there any report that we absolutely have to have today? He said, hopefully. Thank you all. Moving on to new business, a historic sites preservation ordinance. Commissioner Borowski, this is you.
Okay, I will make this quick. So back in 2016, as I think Ms. Barnes, who commented earlier, mentioned, there was a rather lengthy ordinance put together around preserving scattered sites, so scattered historic sites around the township. And there are several around the township, several identified. We've already known of one that has been demolished. And at the time, I recall there was a gentleman from the Historic Society who came and spoke to us about it. And because we have no ordinance, there was really nothing that we could do. So I'm not saying that this is perfect or good. I've read it, but when it was brought forward before, it was apparently kind of died on the vine. It never really went anywhere. I spoke with Mr. Kachansky about it, and you know, I think that, and I don't think he ever saw it. I don't know that it ever migrated to staff or to the solicitor. So all I'm suggesting is, taking a look at what's here, seeing if it's viable, what might need to be changed, how does it fit in with, what exists for the county and the other things that we have here, other ordinances we have in the township, and just kind of start the process to see if it's something that is viable. I'm not saying it's this, if this is extremely lengthy, but, and then also engaging with the citizens that kind of put this together, or at least started it, and see where we go from there. And I think just kind of giving it an airing out. So that's why I'm bringing it forward to the board for your consideration, for just kind of giving it an airing out with the staff and see where we go.
What was that site, Lisa?
The site, the one in Fifth Ward that was, what was it called?
It was 926 Coopertown Road, Commissioner?
Yes, the one on Coopertown Road.
Right at the bend?
That's Radnor? I thought that's Havertown.
Nope.
No, it's right on the border of Havertown and Radnor.
That big building that's been vacant, or house like mansion that's been vacant.
Yeah, they
that's
tore it
Radnor.
down. They tore it down, and I think they're building 3 homes there or 4 homes there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. There's La Rotonde in Bryn Mawr and Lower Marion. That was torn down 30 years ago.
I'm sorry,
Sorry,
Kevin.
Kevin.
What were you saying?
There's a sign up there for subdivision, but I do not believe they have any approvals for that. I think that's more wishful thinking of what they think that they can get out of it to attract some potential developers.
How many scattered sites are residential homes?
I have no idea, Jake. I honestly don't.
Would
It does not.
they fall under it? I mean, do you think some residential homes would fall under this?
They could. There's a whole thing about inventory and what qualifies. There's various things, things in the overlay districts. So yeah, I mean, it's extensive. It's about 20-page document here.
Yeah, I started looking through it and it got late.
Well, and again, like, I'm not saying this is something that's perfect. I don't know why it didn't go anywhere before. It could have just kind of lost the will of the board. I don't know. But I think it's worth at least giving our staff a crack at it to see if it's something viable.
Is there an appropriate committee that could take review and provide some feedback?
Planning
Commission.
Planning or HARB. I don't know if that's something they would deal with, or.
I'm at the Historical Society.
You're talking about a zoning ordinance, basically, under the MPC. So that's Planning Commission.
Yeah, and I'm concerned with just knowing unintended consequences.
Well, Jake, I think that what we want to do is ensure that whatever we end up passing has a waiver process, just like the stormwater recharge waiver. And that way they could come to us and get waivers if there was ever an unintended consequence.
Oh, goody. Well, I mean, I'm here to, bring it up and see who we refer to. I think it's something that we should consider. I remember some of the comments when the Historical Society came and spoke to us about that property on Coopertown Road and how tragic it was to lose it, but we just really had we have no mechanism to even address it. So I think it's a start. I mean, this may be more than what we're interested in, but I think it was written but crafted by our residents. I think we let residents look at it, and then, we can see where it goes. I think people are interested in trying to preserve some of the historic sites, and we're not always going to have groups step up the way people have stepped up for, say, the Willows Mansion.
If you recall, I actually had invited Greg Pritchard to come and talk to the board back in July of 2020. And he came and did a presentation on this very subject and talked about something they have in Lower Marion. and how it works there. So that was the
Rich, I-
last time, that was the last time we discussed it.
So I remember that. And I know that you made some very poignant comments at that time, which makes me think that this would be something you'd be interested in as well.
Well, yeah, I was interested in it. That's why I brought Greg in to talk to the board about it. I did take a look at the very lengthy ordinance you have there, and certainly need more time to digest it than just from this packet. So it might be the way to go, but it really needs. I think the planning commission is a good thing for them to review it, and I need to take a lot more. Not a lot harder look at it, and so it's something that I think is a good idea, but as you say, that's just a start. It's going to take a lot to make sure we're all comfortable with all the provisions.
Yeah, we have to start somewhere. It's a start, right? And we know there are interested residents who want to participate. So would people be comfortable moving it along to planning and letting planning kind of get a crack at it? Or I don't know, John, if you think you should take a look at it first, or Kevin, or give it to everybody.
I'm a yes to sending it to planning. I will say that I am very reluctant to put additional restrictions on private property. And to the extent that the township takes on obligations for historic properties in the township, I'm concerned about creating more unfunded mandates for us. But I would be interested to see what planning has to say about it. And I don't want to destroy a whole bunch of historic buildings. I'd like to find a way to keep them up if we can find a middle ground.
Maybe what could happen, I mean, I haven't looked through that particular document. I'm familiar with historic resource ordinances where typically, when a developer comes in and wants to develop a piece of property and there's a building on there that's historic, that triggers some analysis. Not necessarily I own a historic house and I want to build a garage. I mean, this would be really a property that's to be developed, and the developer wants to either knock the building down. So that's where this comes in, and we've done some of those ordinances. There might be a less regulatory way to do it than the 20 pages that you're holding, Lisa, but we can provide the info to the planning commission and let them weed through it and make a recommendation. I know Mary's done a couple historic resource ordinances, so we can give them more than just one version. But you do deal with an inventory which exists of buildings, and you can have a class 1 resource or a class 2 resource and a class 3 resource. I mean, some ordinances do it that way. But probably the PC makes the most sense to me, since it would be a zoning amendment.
Okay, so do we have consensus? Sorry, Jeff, I don't mean to step on your consensus.
No, your issue, your question.
Consensus?
Yes, from me.
I see this as like the lighting ordinance, where if you send it to planning, something 32 pages, they're just not going to be able to make heads or tails of it. But I'll give it a go if you want to give it to planning and see what they say. But I think it's just gonna maybe die on the vine. But I understand the merits of what you're trying to do, so I'd be for it.
They're still working on the lighting ordinance, I think.
Yeah, I still think so. It's in a committee there.
It'll come back. It'll come back at some point.
Yeah, at some point.
That's okay. My tree cutting ordinance is still with shade tree.
Jack, it's 11:15. Do we have to extend the meeting?
So I can't find that in our ordinances, but yeah, sure. Do we? I guess I'll move to extend the meeting. Is there a second?
So Lisa's got consensus. Is that correct?
Yes.
I
Okay.
feel like I have consensus. Great, thank you. Thank you all very much.
So
Do
should
you want to
we,
extend the meeting?
I don't,
I'll make a motion. 15 minutes. There's two
well, I
things
mean,
left.
just extend
Yeah.
it till it's done, but
Okay. So a motion to extend for 15 minutes. I so move.
Second.
There's a motion on the table. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against, say nay.
Nay.
just
We
extend it
lose.
for an hour, extend it indefinitely.
But
Don't extend it
Let's
for
stop
every
talking
15
about how
minutes.
long we're going to
have
extend the meeting.
Yeah,
New
Extend it or
business.
not.
Item B, SLF pesticide spraying. Who wants to talk about this?
I'm glad to. I don't know if you guys, I received an email from Sarah Pilling talking about, and I think Bill received it also. I can't even remember at this point how many people received it, but they are going to be, the Department of Agriculture for the state is going to be doing spraying, not in Radnor Township, but in adjacent townships for the spotted lanternfly. And the pesticide they are using is particularly dangerous to bees and to other wildlife. And
Cicadas?
I don't know about cicadas, but we don't have any of those here, do we?
No.
So I see Sarah is on and Margaret Reinhardt. Margaret is here from the EAC because Margaret reviewed it for us as well. And I might let, if it pleases leadership, let Margaret talk about this a little bit, who might have more information. I think what we're just looking for right now is perhaps for the board to, agree that we want to oppose this. You've sprayed pesticides around us. It's going to come to us. So, but I'm going to let either Margaret or Sarah kind of take it from there, if that's okay.
That's fine, but lightning fast.
Okay. Ladies. I see Margaret.
I
Yes.
see a
Can
hand
you
up,
hear me?
but there you go.
There she is.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you.
Yeah, so I mean, I just learned of this recently, and I put together a little research report on this pesticide. It is being used for spotted lanternfly, even though interestingly enough, on the accompanying literature with the pesticide, spotted lanternfly is not cited as one of the uses. But the point is that it does kill, as it's a non-selective pesticide. It does kill essentially all other insects. And some are more sensitive than others, but it does kill bees and other insects. So getting rid of beneficial insects could actually make other problems worse, as far as, maybe mosquitoes are more immune to it. And then the insects that eat the mosquitoes will be killed. And then there's more. So there's a lot of down the line problems. Also, it is a central nervous system toxin to all animals, including humans. So I don't know how many residents, would be nearby or affected. I think that we definitely, there has to be, if this spray is used, there should be some real reason demonstrated, not just people are afraid of spotted lanternflies killing their trees. And I think that the youth needs to be weighed heavily. If Radnor uses it, certainly I think it should go through the EAC before it's used. And, if we're having it used on our borders, also, I think, we need to weigh in on a disapproval of this if it impacts us without our knowledge, of how this would benefit us.
And just to add, we reached out, or Sarah reached out to Representative O'Mara and Representative Vitale. We did hear back from Representative O'Mara, who got an assurance from the state that this is EPA approved. But Margaret, you say that that kind of doesn't really mean much of anything. That
Well, yeah, apparently there are only 9 chemicals out of 80,000 that are banned by the EPA. So that doesn't deem it like safe for everybody just because, you know, it has approval. There are also very, very specific dilutions and concentrations that have to be used. And like I said, on the accompanying literature for the pesticide, there are none listed for spotted lanternfly. So I don't know what, you know, they're going to be using. It just seems like there are a lot of questions accompanying this action. And I think people are panicking about spotted lanternfly, but you know, I don't know what the extent of the damage in that area is, and that's something else that should be determined.
Sarah, did you want to comment?
This started in Chester County, and the folks who are working on this applied a right to know to the Department of Agriculture, and they were blocked. They tried to go through the website and were told that the website was closed down because of the pandemic. Jen O'Mara reached out to the state immediately and got the same runaround. I think the most important issue, and Margaret has mentioned it, it's lethal to all beneficial insects, to fish, and there is evidence that it can cause neurological damage to children. This is an aerial spray. So I think it's very dangerous, and if nothing else, Radnor should be alert to it, because the Chester County, being the lead, cannot get any details from the Department of Agriculture. And that's the piece that concerned me much. This is not a straightforward operation, and I don't want them to come to Radnor with nobody knowing about it. I think it's potentially, this is a restricted product, must be done by, applied by a restricted pesticide applicator. They must wear safe clothing. It's in a way, in my mind, like the old chem lawn where you'd see the little kids running across the lawn. You'd say something to the operator and he'd go, I don't know. And having lost a daughter to a chemical product, which is still on the market, like Roundup, I'm particularly sensitive to this and to the fact that bees are absolutely vital to our food source. You can't go around killing them. So thank you for listening.
Okay, so I guess to kind of, wrap this up, I'm thinking maybe, as a township, we could write a letter to the Department of Agriculture asking for them to please, alert us if they decide they're going to do this. It would need to go through our EAC, that we would ask that there be due diligence done before they come in here and spray. I don't think we've received a request for them to come and spray, but at least we can, I don't know that there's a lot we can do, around what's happening externally, or at least ask for, information. I'm not sure.
Do they have to ask us?
No.
They seem not to think so.
Yeah, but I would think typically there'd at least be some notification. And I think that's what started this whole communication was notification that went out about the spraying that they're intending to do over in Chester County. So yeah, I'm not sure they need permission, but at least I think we would get notification, and none of that has hit any of our offices yet.
And we're notified when they do mosquito spraying, correct?
Yes, we are. Yeah, so maybe, Lisa, to your point, if the board wants to ask the EAC to do some of those research items and get answers back, that's something administratively we can work with the EAC on and communicate the responses back to the board. And then depending on what we find out, we can decide whether the board wants to take official action from there, or if information's just good, the information we get is good enough.
Do we have a doctor or a pharmacist on the EAC right now?
We could go to Board of Health.
I think this should go to Board of Health.
Could it go to both?
Yeah,
we-
that's
you know,
fine. I just, there's things being said about its toxicity, which, you know, I'm on Wikipedia right now, and I went to law school, not the medical school, but it doesn't seem to be consistent with what I'm reading. I'd kind of be interested in hearing what a doctor has to say.
So just for those who aren't aware, so Margaret is with the Medical Laboratory Science Program with the Department of Biological Sciences at the University of the Sciences.
Well,
So
it sounds like she went to something a lot more like medical school than my law school then.
I'm gonna say maybe just a little bit. So I think she is, could be considered an expert witness for my lawyer colleagues. So, but maybe it could go to both, to Board of Health and to EAC. Ladies, Sarah, Margaret, what do you guys think? Yes, is that good?
Yes, I think it should go to the Board of Health and the EAC.
We have
Okay.
Board of Health on Monday. I will make sure that it's on that agenda.
And Moira, I will send you the printout, the article. It's a 2-page
Excellent.
on the pesticide that they intend to use.
Thank you, Sarah. I'll share that with the board.
And I'll do it tonight so you can give it to the entire board before the meeting on Monday. And I will also attend the meeting via
Great.
Zoom.
Great. Thank you
you.
very much.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any more new business?
Jack, I have one item on Odorisio Park.
Okay,
So I had a town hall meeting at Odorisio Park on June 3rd. There was a Parks and Rec field trip there on June 10th. And both times, you know, the common theme was we have $75,000, I think $75,000 in the 2019 bond to resurface the basketball court. You've got baseball that goes there, soccer, St. Catherine's uses the field, Radnor Soccer uses the field. But the one thing that they don't really have are renovated or newer bathrooms. The bathrooms are old. Quite honestly, I go there often. I don't think I've ever seen anyone use the bathroom because I don't know that anyone trusts that they work or that they're actually a bathroom. They're in pretty poor condition. And the top priority for the neighbors is that they would like to see resources invested to upgrade the bathrooms for park users and the neighborhood. So I told them it'd be difficult with this budget season, but the one area I was able to find some savings is the Morse Road project was budgeted at $800,000 from the 2019 bond. The project came in right now, I think it's close to 500,000. So there's going to be somewhere between 200 and 300,000 in savings there. And coupled with 125,000 from the Submergent project, we're starting to look like we might be able to do something to help the neighbors out and the park users. So what I'm asking for is, some consensus to ask Tammy to start drawing up some plans to make improvements to the bathrooms at Odorisio Park.
so I'd be interested in seeing the plans to make improvements at the park. I'm not sure that that's something that we're ultimately going to be able to do this year, or at least that's something that I could support, just because while we do have savings from the bond on that project, it's my rough understanding that until we have the other projects done out of the bond, we're not going to know what our total savings will be. And we almost certainly will go over budget on other projects. So we need some of that money for the contingency fund there. Also, to be fair, there are there are wards who voted in favor of the bond, but got absolutely nothing out of it. And I'm not sure that we can today just say we're going to reallocate $200,000 to this project and still the 4th and 5th ward get absolutely nothing out of the bond. That's not entirely fair, but I'd say, like, let's get started looking at that project. I know I definitely want Cowan Park fixed up as well. I'd be interested in seeing those plans too. And then when it comes time to vote for a budget, let's make sure that we include this in next year's budget.
So I was at that meeting as well, and I agree with both you, Jack and Jake. Cowan Park desperately needs a new parking lot, but that's a chicken or the egg type of deal with the stormwater. As far as Odoricio, that it probably needs a new bathroom. I personally, and after you left, Commissioner Abel, I spoke with the residents that were there. I think the best thing that you could do, or the with your residents and Tammy, is come up with a comprehensive plan, because I just feel like if you do this stuff piecemeal, you still run into the same issues. So the big takeaway after you left was that the basketball court should be where the near where the playground is, or where it was before. And if you just keep it up there, then nothing gets fixed. I see that it needs more of a much more comprehensive plan. In that is definitely a bathroom. It also needs a new playground, etc. I wouldn't have a problem. I don't have a problem if there's money in there to vote for that. But I think that it deserves it's a family neighborhood that it backs up to, and it deserves a family style park. So I'm for it, but I would rather see a bigger project be done. That's just my opinion.
Well, and yeah, let's be clear, that park hasn't been touched in 3 decades. And parts of the park look that way. Beautiful baseball fields, but the other amenities are, desperately in need of some sort of additional resources.
Yeah, I just want to see you tie in the basketball court, the bathroom, maybe where the basketball court is now, there's like a picnic grove. You move the basketball court down, fix the playground, and fix the bathroom, and come up with something comprehensive, so you're not doing it piecemeal. And
well, we talked, the town hall meeting, we talked about a comprehensive plan, and the neighbors had a whole list.
Okay.
But you know how parks are funded and the length it takes. I don't think the neighbors want to wait 5, 6, 7 years for a new bathroom.
So I'm gonna, I think that the parks and renovation of the parks are very important projects all across the township. And I have not visited the bathrooms at that park, so I don't have a firsthand impression about the need. But I think just as like where we are in the time of year, we're just a couple months from going into budget discussions, and the fact that we have, I think, a arm's length list of unfunded capital projects, I would seek to move this to budget discussions. And I would like to see it not just a comprehensive plan about that particular park, but another attempt to see the overall needs in the community, whether it be parks or other capital projects, and sort of slice and dice and see where the needs are. It may be that this one rises to the top, in which case at that time I would support it. But right now I think that doing a one-off unfunded project sort of puts some other issues that have already been brought to the fore, kind of bumps them out of line. So I'd just like to talk about it all in a larger conversation.
So I'm going to agree. I think it's premature to say we have extra bond money because many of the projects are still in process or some haven't even started yet. So, we don't know, the climate that we're currently in when it comes to construction projects and things like that. These things could end up being more expensive. We completed Morris Road, I think, in a time when things were more favorable. But I think right now it's, construction is really in demand. And so what the quotes we get back for those projects may be more than what, what we anticipated originally budgeted for. So we have the money for the basketball courts. I was at this shade tree meeting where people were concerned about the resurfacing plan or the expansion plan. Was that resolved? I mean, can we at least, is it that people don't want that? Can we do that? And then the money from the Submergium project, I thought, wasn't that to resurface the parking lot?
No, so the basketball court issue has been resolved. It's been discussed. No trees will be taken down in that process. If that was, that was my takeaway, Bill. You can correct me if you had another understanding.
Nope, that's how I understand. I don't think the exact specifications have been nailed down yet, but definitely the issue of the tree has been resolved.
Yeah.
But the movement down to the parking lot next to the playground was new.
Yeah, and the that would add considerable cost where you're looking at probably much more than $75,000. And neighbors would be divided on that issue. The $125,000 provided by the Submersion project, that was put into a fund for Odorrego Park. It was discussed that, the previous manager had mentioned using it for the parking area, but to Sean's point, the neighbors are still kind of, they're still discussing what, in fact, they think they need in terms of parking. So I don't know that that's the best use for it. And again, speaking to the neighbors and having consistent conversations, that the bathrooms, my takeaway is the bathrooms are their number one priority.
Well, I guess I'm, would be interested in understanding from Tammy, what that looks like. I mean, I know the compensations we put in other parks are for around $300,000. But do we need to do one from scratch? So I guess I, want to understand what the condition is over there. I mean, certainly Odorrego is a park that is used by not just, the residents in that neighborhood, but by, many people across the township. I wish I had a nickel for every game I sat over there for soccer or baseball. So, it's definitely, one of our, I think probably higher visibility and used parks. So certainly to invest in it, but we would need to, make a plan, I think, to do that. And maybe it's, I don't know where we stand on the 2016 Parks bond. I'm not sure why that wasn't in there. Maybe Odorrego wasn't in there. I don't know, but.
Well, the neighbors don't understand either.
I don't know. I wasn't on the board in 2016. So.
Neither was I.
Maybe you got to call Don Curley and ask him. So, but, I, would be, interested in talking about it in a larger, I think, budget conversation.
So just to your point, Commissioner Borowski, so the conversation, which they had to put in some lines and whatnot. But even though the prefab package was what, Bill, maybe like 150,000, 160,000, it kept going up. By the time they were done, Tammy told me that it was about $500,000 project. So
for the bathroom?
Yes, these things. Yes,
at Emlyn Tunnel. Yeah, there were some extenuating circumstances.
Yeah,
at Emlyn Tunnel.
But these things aren't necessarily. I just don't think it's that you can necessarily. It's government, so you may not be able to just slap some paint on it and put a new toilet in. You're not rehabbing, although that's what I would do if I was rehabbing it. But to Commissioner Abel's point, I look at this more as this is a neighborhood, Highland Avenue, Maplewood. These are neighborhood houses, and it's great that you have a nice field. But the bathroom and a playground, I mean, I'm lucky I can throw a rock maybe twice, maybe 3 times these days, and hit Clemacrone Park, which is the poster child of parks. And I just look at that neighborhood as a special neighborhood. And I would love to see something comprehensive. I hear you. It's going to be, unfortunately, probably later than sooner, but having a beautiful park with a beautiful bathroom that's is great for neighbors. Where you have like a little picnic grove, like we have music. I just would love to see something like Clemacrone at Odorosio. I think those neighbors deserve it. How we get there, I don't know, but I think we should start looking now. So that's again, that's it for me. We're 11:40. I don't want to have to extend the meeting another 15 minutes, but that's the big takeaway from the neighbors, and some of them are take it personally, and you know, to a certain extent, I understand them. I just want to see, you know, I just want to see everything be equitable all throughout the township. That's it.
Great. Old business, 6A, wireless facility ordinance review guidance.
Yes, this can be very, very quick. I just want to be sure or get direction from the board on how you would like this to go publicly. We have a draft. We actually have gone through a couple different drafts with Cohen. And we have, I mean, it's to the point now where we're ready to roll it out publicly. We just want to make sure that we go in the right direction. Does the board want it to go to the Citizens Communication Council? Do we just want to have the discussion here with the Board of Commissioners? So that's really all the direction we're looking for. As soon as we have it, we will go, and it'll get rolling publicly.
Wireless. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Jack. Is there a reason that it can't be posted on the township website? It's paid for with taxpayer dollars.
No, it absolutely can. I'm looking for direction on where it goes. Do we just want to make it an ordinance item on a future board agenda? Do you want it to be discussed in committee first? How would you like it to go?
So it's 11:42. Remind me, what is the wireless facility ordinance?
We engaged Cohen Law Company to do a review of the township's existing wireless facility codes to bring it up to standards based on, you know, various federal law changes through the years, just to make sure that our code is as current as it can be. So they have drafted that amendment. We've gone back and forth with them and cleaning it up from, you know, Kevin's perspective and Steve's perspective. And now I'm looking for direction on how the board wants to review this publicly.
Well, I would vote for it to go to Citizens Communications Council and then come to us.
Can I make a suggestion? This is a zoning ordinance amendment. So before it can go anywhere and come back to the board, it's got to go to the planning commission. So, I mean, I would suggest the planning commission and the Citizens Communication Council, they can both review it. I think they're both charged with reviewing these. So, you know, it's a zoning amendment is what they've drafted. And I don't know that you want to post it out there for public comment. I mean, the forum is those two bodies, and you'll get recommendations, and then there'll have to be some consensus in terms of any proposed changes. But, you know, that's the normal process. Those planning commission, and then and I think the Telecommunications Council, Citizens Communications Council, they're charged also with looking at these types of ordinances.
That works for me.
Well, we have committees.
John, just real quick, is the draft ordinance public? Is there any reason not to post it? I mean, as soon as it gets discussed by those committees, it's going to be public anyway, so.
Yeah, you could post it, but it may not be a finished, it's an in progress document. You don't usually post in progress documents like, the work product. Once it's listed for a public meeting in front of the planning commission, I think it gets posted with the agenda and all the other information in the packet. Because it'll confuse people putting it out there now. When is this going to be adopted? You'll get, but once it's going to the board that reviews it, then it's fair game, I think, at that point.
So John, I'm unclear what the document is. My understanding was it was, it set out what the township's authorized to do versus what the carriers are authorized to do. I didn't know it was a draft ordinance.
No, it's a draft ordinance that would amend your existing zoning regulations dealing with telecommunications facilities, which is outdated. It also has a set of, I think, design manual or design criteria for the whole range of new facilities, that have beyond the traditional cell tower, the small pole facilities and microcells and everything else. So it's a zoning amendment, first and foremost. That's what they were asked to do. And commissioners can all get copies of what's been sent around. They certainly ought to have copies of, whatever this last draft is. It just came, I guess, in the last week or two.
There's going to be a few more changes. We had a call earlier today too, so.
Right, but the first step is PC and the council. I think that, and then the public certainly, it's opened up then for any public input at that point.
Okay, great.
All right.
Public participation. Any final comments?
Is
Going
anybody
once?
left?
Going twice? Sold. I'm moving to adjourn. Is there a second?
So moved.
See y'all later.